Happy Saturday, my friends and compatriots out there in the internet. Man, my voice. Struggle bus. It's Saturday. Community game night. HesherZero live. Once again. Man, we out here. We doing things. Spent all day today working on content stuff. So that's pretty cool. It's kind of been a minute since I worked on some editing. So if you haven't checked it out, got a new YouTube short up right now. Another one scheduled for next Saturday as well. So that's pretty cool. If you've been tuning in the last few weeks, you've seen that we've been playing a bit of Imperialism. Now, if you're not familiar with the concept, check it out on YouTube. Guys like Bordeaux, Dean's World, and yours truly. Now, not on YouTube, but hey, not yet. Doing a little bit of my own kind of version. It's pretty cool, pretty fun, working on some stuff with that. But it got me thinking, I love those types of games, those types of concepts. I've always been big into, the 4X games, grand strategy games, those kinds of things. And I love alt history, the things of like what could have been or what should have been, different things like that. And fortunately, with technology of today, there's a lot of really fun ways to kind of live out different things like that. Of course, years ago, I was messing around with the old ChatGPT, doing sort of like alternate history timeline kind of games and stuff. That was pretty fun. And I was like, man, if only there was a way that you could do that, but with a real map, something that was actually interactive. And of course, before I even knew it, along comes a game called PAX Historia. Now, PAX Historia is an AI-powered, I don't even know, map painting game, essentially. Not in an artwork kind of way, but in a kind of a 4X grand strategy kind of way. Basically, you can kind of live out all sorts of different things. You could take over the United States. You could be, whatever, some kind of country, and, you plug in all these different scenarios. It's a lot of fun. And I figured we would do that today because I put some hours into PAX Historia, and I figured, hey, why not do it here on stream with y'all and have some fun? So we're gonna get to that right there. Boom, PAX Historia. We're looking at the current game, the Continental Fracture, the 50-state collapse. I guess, yeah, there we go. The American experiment has shattered as of January 1st, 2025. Last year. Happy New Year, everybody. 50 independent polities. I don't know. I can't read, so I don't know. Anyway, are scrambling for survival. The geopolitical landscape is a tinderbox of historical grudges and resource desperation. The giants, Texas, California, New York, hold the most economic weight, but face massive internal unrest. The aggressors, Florida, eyes a Gulf empire. Virginia prepares to reclaim West Virginia, and Texas, soon to be a dictatorship, claims our very soil as Greater Texas, playing as Oklahoma. The vulnerable states like Delaware, Rhode Island, and West Virginia are primary targets for annexation by their larger neighbors. Of course, got some, map in there. The Toledo Strip, Ohio, and Michigan are on the brink of war. Water wars. California, Arizona, and Nevada are disputing the Colorado River. Great Lakes, a multi-state naval standoff is brewing over fishing and trade rights. So today, we're going to take your cues, your prompts, and some ones I've got going on here. We're going to have a little bit of fun. Gonna have some fun with it. Make it a little silly. My first one I've got queued up is cowboy cultural expansion. Export an aggressively folksy national identity campaign across the Mountain West, encouraging neighboring states to adopt wide brim hats, competitive lasso clubs, and mandatory howdy protocols in government offices to increase Wyoming's soft power influence. We're going to give that prompt, and then we're going to skip ahead. We're going to give it a week. What happens next? Well, it was supposed to be Wyoming, but apparently Oklahoma did it. That's fun. It's still, you know, the AI is still whatever. The Oklahoma government officially launched the Soft Power Initiative, exporting a curated folk identity to its neighbors. State offices across the Mountain West received howdy protocol manuals, accompanied by a flood of lasso club sponsorships and denim-heavy marketing. This aggressive cultural branding seeks to position Oklahoma as the spiritual heart of the new American West. Next, unrest explodes in major American hubs. Massive protests erupt in Houston, Dallas, and New York as the economic reality of the federal collapse set in. In Texas, the situation turned lethal as protesters clashed with state militias over food shortages. These riots are quickly evolving into the organized anti-government movements, with Houston particularly seeing a complete breakdown in municipal law enforcement. Western water war intensifies. The tensions peaked at the Hoover Dam as Nevada authorities refused California's demand for increased flow. Sacramento has threatened to seize the dam by force to alleviate the potable water crisis in Los Angeles. Arizona has begun mobilizing its National Guard to secure pumping stations along the Colorado River, fearing a total shutoff. The Great Lakes resource standoff. Governors of the Great Lakes states failed to reach an agreement on territorial fishing rights. Michigan and Ohio vessels engaged in a dangerous ramming incident near the Bass Islands, leading to a complete breakdown in diplomatic communication. Both states have now declared the water's security zones, halting all commercial transit between Toledo and Detroit. And that's the world a week into thing. I love how our first thing is silly, which that's what I'm going for today. We're going to keep it a little silly, see what happens. You see, it generates, the kind of different entities here. It's kind of cool. The next prompt will be Michigan, the Great Lakes Maritime Enforcement Initiative. Declare Michigan the self-appointed guardian of the Great Lakes and deploy an improvised state navy of refurbished ferries and fishing boats to patrol shipping lanes. Issue overdramatic fishing permits and pressure rival states into recognizing Michigan's sovereign nautical authority over anything vaguely boat-shaped. We're plugging it in. I don't have music playing. I just realized. My goodness. What are we going to do? Just a moment. We'll get some going here. All right. Let's see. Got monitors flashing on and off over here. What the hell? Say, what the hell? All right. How about that? Okay. Hopefully that isn't too loud. Too loud, y'all. All right, we're going to go another week. Michigan proclaims Great Lakes sovereignty. Michigan has declared itself the guardian of the Great Lakes. initiating a maritime enforcement program using a fleet of refurbished ferries and civilian vessels as the state has begun issuing unauthorized fishing permits and monitoring shipping lanes, further escalating the regional water dispute. The water belongs to the hand that protects it, and Michigan's reach is long, Governor Gretchen Whitmer says. Toledo Strip border clashes. A lethal skirmish erupted in Toledo in the Toledo Strip as Ohio law enforcement clashed with Michigan's newly deployed border units. 2 Ohio police officers were killed during the exchange of fire, leading Ohio to sever all ties with Michigan and heavily militarize the contested corridor. Yikes, it's getting spicy out there. We got water tensions boiling over the Hoover Dam. The tri-state water dispute between California and Nevada and Arizona. Let me turn this music down a little bit more here. Let's see. How's that? Okay. Getting all like nitpicky with my volume over here. All right, the tri-state water disputes between California, Nevada, and Arizona has reached a breaking point. California's militia has moved into offensive positions near the Hoover Dam, while Nevada's government maintains that Las Vegas's survival depends on the current flow restriction. The Chicago independence movement gains steam. In the wake of federal paralysis, the Independent Chicago movement has organized massive rallies across the loop. Protesters are demanding a sovereign city-state separate from Illinois, citing the economic drain of the downstate region as a primary motivation for secession. That's a lot. That's a lot. All right, next. All right, we got a new prompt. Illinois Chicago Urban Containment Initiative. We're going to impose fortified commuter checkpoints around the Chicago metro, introduce provisional city access visas for suburban and Indiana commuters, and establish a fiscal buffer zone designed to slow the city's drift towards full independence, while quietly extracting as many tolls and regional stability fees as possible. Gonna move another week. We're just moving a week at a time. I think that's probably best. Illinois enforces Chicago Urban Containment Initiative. The Illinois government has established fortified commuter checkpoints and introduced mandatory city access visas for all travel into Chicago. This sudden fiscal extraction aims to curb the city's drift towards sovereignty by squeezing its economic connections to Indiana and the suburbs. Commuter riots at the O'Hare perimeter. Violent clashes erupted as Indiana and suburban commuters refused to pay the new regional stability fees at Illinois checkpoints. The resulting gridlock has paralyzed logistics in the Midwest, further fueling the independent Chicago movement's rhetoric against Springfield's extortionist tactics. Oklahoma's cultural soft power takes root. Oklahoma's cowboy culture offensive has successfully permeated the administration of the Four Corners region. Public officials in New Mexico and Colorado are increasingly seen sporting Oklahoma-branded wide-brim hats, signaling a shift in regional alignment toward Oklahoma City's folksy influence. Look at that. Nice. Escalation in the Gulf Empire Initiative. The polity of Florida has officially laid claim to the Mobile Panhandle and the Mississippi coast, citing the Gulf Empire Doctrine. Tensions are mounting as Florida's militias move toward the Alabama border, prompting a coalition alert between Alabama and Mississippi. Nice. Got the Florida Gulf Battalion mobilized. Got the Chicago Protest Hub, Checkpoint Alpha there. All right, next prompt. The Arizona Emergency Sunbelt Reclamation Program. Launch an aggressive regional initiative to seize control of shared solar infrastructure along the Colorado River corridor. Impose sun tariffs on neighboring states drawing desert power, and justify every policy decision with increasingly dramatic references to Arizona's divine mandate over sunlight. Here we go. Another week moves. Arizona enacts an energy reclamation program. Arizona authorities seized control of solar infrastructure along the Colorado River, citing a divine mandate over sunlight. The Phoenix administration began imposing sun tariffs on power exports to Nevada and California, sparking outrage among its desert neighbors. Potable water disputes turn violent. As Arizona's sun tariffs hit power grids, the Hoover Dam standoff escalated. California and Nevada forces engaged in a lethal skirmish over water flow sensors. Peace talks between the three states failed completely, leading to localized blackouts. Oklahoma expands regional economic ties. Leveraging its growth and soft power influence, Oklahoma City signed a series of trade agreements with the Four Corners Alliance. These deals prioritize Oklahoma's agriculture exports in exchange for manufacturing subsidies, tightening the regional bloc's integration. Oklahoma came out with the silliest shit, and here they are, doing okay. Houston unrest spirals into guerrilla warfare. The Houston rioters have transitioned from civil unrest to organized insurgency. Tactical units seized municipal armories, forcing Texas state militias into a brutal street-by-street conflict. Supply lines to the Texas capital region have been effectively severed. New York fortifies Liberty and Ellis Islands. Governor Kathy Hochul ordered the state militia to establish permanent fortifications on Liberty and Ellis Islands. This move preempts anticipated lawsuits from New Jersey, turning the historic landmarks into militarized outposts in New York Harbor. That's wild. New York is battening down the hatches. Oklahoma, though, with the silliest cowboy shit possible, seems to do okay. Now, unless Texas turns around and starts invading. All right, next prompt. Rhode Island microstate port authority expansion. Assert control over every marina and ferry terminal within state waters. Convert leisure docks into strategic trade checkpoints and begin charging oversized maritime tolls on any vessel larger than Rhode Island's average city block in an effort to protect disproportionate naval relevance across New England. That's our next prompt. We're going to go a week advance. Rhode Island establishes maritime toll control. The Rhode Island Microstate Port Authority successfully seized control of all state marinas. Using its small but dedicated Coast Guard, Providence has begun imposing heavy tariffs on oversized leisure and commercial vessels, aiming to assert disproportionate influence on the Northeast nautical trade routes. Excellent. Florida launches Gulf Empire offensive. They've moved into Alabama. We have our first real invasion here. And we got the super panhandle all the way across into Louisiana. Wow. Florida taking 3 territories, taking the Mobile Panhandle, the Mississippi coast, and the Florida parishes, which is funny because, anyway. All right, the polity of Florida initiated the Gulf Empire Initiative, deploying the Florida Gulf Battalion into Alabama and Mississippi, claiming historical rights to the coastlines. Tallahassee's forces met little resistance as local militias are overwhelmed by rapid amphibious mobilization. Wow, that's wild, man. New Jersey files landmark island lawsuit. New Jersey officially sued New York over the jurisdictional status of Ellis and Liberty Islands. While the court process begins, New Jersey has deployed its Coast Guard to establish a blockade, heightening tensions in the New York harbor against New York's fortified positions. And, oh shit, Virginia commences West Virginia invasion. Virginia forces cross the border into West Virginia, asserting historical claims on the region. The Richmond administration cited the need for Appalachian stability as justifications for the movement. West Virginia's militia has begun utilizing the mountainous terrain to conduct a defensive retreat. So, yeah, they've expanded into the Potomac Highlands. Wow. All right, next. Arizona-Nevada water skirmishes intensify. The clashes between Arizona and Nevada erupted near the Hoover Dam as Arizona's reclamation program restricted power flow to Las Vegas. The Phoenix administration insists on its divine mandate over the sun, while Nevada's guard units remain in a tense standoff over control of the dam's output. Damn. No pun intended. All right. We've got our first real map changes here. Virginia taking a portion of West Virginia, Florida coming along the coast there, picking up pieces of Alabama and Mississippi, cutting them off both from the Gulf. What are they going to do next? All right, our next prompt is Oregon Cascadian Timber Diplomacy Initiative launch. Or excuse me, Diplomacy Initiative launch. Or initiative. Pause. Launch a sweeping regional campaign to leverage Oregon's lumber exports as a bargaining tool, imposing, quote, ethical tree tariffs on rival states while offering discounted timber to cooperative governments, and promote Portland as the neutral meeting ground for all Pacific negotiations, preferably inside refurbished artisanal sawmills. Good old Oregon, good old Portland. All right, we're advancing 1 week into the future. Here we go. February 6, 2025, Oregon proclaims the Cascadian Timber Diplomacy Initiative. Oregon has launched the Cascadian Timber Diplomacy Initiative, utilizing its vast lumber reserves as geopolitical leverage by imposing ethical tree tariffs on rivals while offering discounts to allies. Portland has positioned itself as the neutral negotiator of the Pacific Northwest with artisanal refurbished sawmill venues. New Jersey blockades Ellis and Liberty Islands. The jurisdictional dispute over Ellis and Liberty Islands reached a flashpoint as New Jersey blockade fleet effectively cut off New York's supply lines to the landmarks. New York's harbor guard remains entrenched, turning the historical sites into a militarized zone as legal proceedings stall. West Virginia militia retreats into Appalachian Peaks. Wow, there we go. Virginia's expeditionary force has continued its advance into the Potomac Highlands, meeting fierce resistance from local militias. Utilizing the mountainous terrain, West Virginian defenders have conducted a strategic retreat, drawing Richmond's forces into narrow, easily ambushed valleys to stall the annexation of Charleston. They get you down in those hollers, boy. Better watch out. They got central West Virginia and the Potomac Highlands now. West Virginia moving eastward. Texas Gulf expansion alarms Alabama and Mississippi. Wow, look at that. Holy crap. The Florida Gulf Battalion consolidated its hold over the Mobile Panhandle, prompting the formation of a frantic defensive coalition between Alabama and Mississippi. Florida's rapid amphibious mobilization has effectively secured the Mississippi coast, with Tallahassee signaling further intent to absorb the remaining Florida parishes. Wow. That's pretty intense, man. They picked up the southwestern Alabama and southeastern Mississippi. Florida now reaching up northeast. This is the map currently. Florida making the biggest moves. Virginia right behind them. All right, Ohio is next with the Toledo Strip Moral Superiority Campaign. launch a statewide psychological operation framing Ohio as the rightful guardian of Midwestern civilization, erecting patriotic heritage monuments along the Toledo Strip, distributing commemorative pamphlets to demoralize Michigan forces, and insisting that every policy decision be justified as defending the honor of Ohio's superior municipal zoning traditions. Getting a little silly with that one, but that's the point, right? We're moving a week ahead. What is Michigan and Ohio going to do? Ohio authorities have initiated a massive psychological campaign or operation along the Toledo Strip. Patriotic heritage monuments now line the border, while pamphlets mocking Michigan's municipal zoning are distributed and demoralize their 1st Armored Division. This campaign frames Ohio as the rightful guardian of the Midwestern order. Florida annexes the Florida parishes. Holy shit. Moving southwest now. Continuing its Gulf Empire initiative, Florida's motorized unit swept into Louisiana's eastern panhandle, encountering only token resistance from local sheriffs. Tallahassee has officially annexed the Florida parishes, securing a total control over north-central Gulf Coast logistical arteries. Wow. Okay. What do we got? The siege of Charleston begins. The Virginia Expeditionary Force has reached the outskirts of Charleston, West Virginia. Following their successful push through the Potomac Highlands, Richmond's forces have effectively encircled the capital. The West Virginia militia has prepared for a final stand within the city's Metro Valley. California-Nevada water talks collapse. Diplomatic efforts to resolve the Hoover Dam crisis have flatlined. Nevada has accused California of hydrological imperialism. Oh. After a failed attempt by Sacramento to bypass dam flow sensors, armed units on both sides of the Colorado River are now on high alert. Boom. See the world. We're going to go back, man. Virginia moving in. Yep. Central West Virginia. New River Valley, or New River and Greenbrier valleys. Man. Slowly, there's just like this little sliver of the western East West Virginia panhandle. That's a mouthful. Just this other little sliver. There's 2 little slivers of West Virginia left. Florida moving. Something's going to pop off either here in California or Nevada area, or over here between Michigan and Ohio, or Illinois. Something like that. Next, prompt. This is Minnesota, the Upper Midwest Emotional Stability Initiative. Deploy coordinated relief convoys of comfort food and winter gear across the Upper Midwest, establishing mobile hot dish unity centers along contested borders to win civilian loyalty, while subtly positioning Minnesota as the calm, quietly judgmental moral authority of the post-collapse heartland. All right, we're moving along here, All right, Minnesota deployed coordinated relief convoys of comfort food and winter gear. Mobile hot dish unity centers appeared along contested borders, positioning St. Paul as a calm moral authority through maternal-style diplomacy and high-quality wool blankets. A warm meal and a quiet heart will rebuild what the collapse tore down, says Governor Tim Walz. New Jersey Coast Guard harasses New York logistics. The New Jersey blockade fleet tightening its grip on the waters surrounding Liberty Island. New Jersey cutters began boarding supply barges, citing environmental safety violations, effectively starving the New York harbor guards' entrenched positions of fresh provisions. Another hotbed right there, man. The battle for Charleston Metro Valley. Virginia's Expeditionary Force launched a decisive assault on Charleston. Despite the mountainous defenses, Virginia's superior numbers overwhelmed the West Virginian militia into the Metro Valley, forcing the state government to flee into the Ohio Valley. Man, they're doing something. Oklahoma cattle exports surge under new trade alignment. Following the cowboy culture campaign, Oklahoma successfully integrated its agricultural grid with the Four Corners Alliance. trainloads of beef and wheat moved west, cementing Oklahoma City as the heartland lead, or economic lead for the Mountain States. That's huge, honestly, because, you know, if Oklahoma can get some allies, that's going to help protect them for sure. Our next prompt is Massachusetts. Massachusetts Academic Defense Perimeter Initiative. Fortify university districts across Boston and Cambridge as knowledge security zones. Deploy campus security militias to guard research corridors and impose intellectual toll checkpoints on anyone entering innovation hubs, framing the policy as a necessary measure to protect civilians' last remaining think tanks from the barbarism of neighboring states. Moving on into the week. February 27th, Massachusetts establishes academic defense perimeters. Massachusetts has designated its elite university districts as knowledge security zones, got the KSZs. Academic militias now patrol research corridors in Boston and Cambridge, enforcing intellectual toll checkpoints to safeguard technological assets from the growing instability of neighboring states. Quote, "The lamp of learning shall not be extinguished by the darkness of anarchy." Governor Maura Healey. New Jersey sues New York over island jurisdiction. They're just going back and forth in the courts. No real bloodshed or fighting quite yet physically, but it's really only a matter of time, I think. I don't know why we zoomed into Harrisburg over here. There we go. As the month concludes, New Jersey has officially moved its dispute with New York into the highest available courts. While legal teams debate the 1998 Supreme Court ruling, the New Jersey blockade fleet continues to restrict movement to Liberty and Ellis Islands. Oh, wow. Look at that. Texas coup overthrows state government. A violent and coordinated military coup has struck the Texan capital of Austin. The previous administration fled as tactical units seized the governor's mansion. A new militaristic junta? I don't know how to pronounce that. Has proclaimed the restoration of the Lone Star, signaling aggressive expansionist intent. That's terrifying for all surrounding neighbors. New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, on high alert. Oh, wow. West Virginia resistance collapses in the Ohio Valley. The remains of the West Virginian government have been forced to retreat into the northern panhandle as Virginia's forces consolidate control over the Ohio Valley. Richmond has formally declared the annexation of the former state's core industrial regions. That's intense, man. Great Lakes maritime standoff deepens. Yeah, look at that. Michigan State Navy has begun conducting aggressive inspections of all vessels in the Detroit River. Ohio has responded by reinforcing its first artillery units, leading to a complete halt of commercial traffic through the crucial waterway as both sides refuse to blink. Scary, scary stuff, y'all. So West Virginia only has 3 territories left. The Northern Panhandle, Metro Valley, and the Western East West Virginia Panhandle. Charleston still there. Huntington right there. All right, our next prompt. North Dakota Strategic Bison Mobilization Program. Mobilize ceremonial heritage bison patrols along key prairie corridors to project symbolic deterrence, convert rural tourism routes into improvised logistic lanes, and frame the campaign as a historic return to frontier-era defense doctrine intended to intimidate neighboring states through sheer stoic prairie confidence. Sure, why not? North Dakota, go ahead, you hop on those bison. North Dakota government has officially mobilized ceremonial bison units along its borders, framing the deployment as a return to frontier area defense. Bismarck aims to project prairie confidence to deter neighboring expansionism and secure rural logistic corridors. The Lone Star Junta? How the fuck do you pronounce that? I'm gonna... Junta. Yeah, okay. Alright, Lone Star Junta issues regional ultimatum. Following the Austin coup, the new Texan military government issued a formal demand for unconditional loyalty from neighboring territories. The 1st Vanguard has begun aggressive drills near the Oklahoma border, testing the resolve of the Heartland economic lead. That's pretty terrifying. The Virginia Expeditionary Force has completed its sweeping occupation of the Ohio Valley, effectively ending organized West Virginia resistance in the region. Richmond's administrators have begun the process of resource extraction, integrating former industrial hubs into the Virginian economy. Maryland militarizes the Delmarva Peninsula in a move that has alarmed Delaware and Virginia, which, I mean, like, Virginia is already being expansionist. I don't know why that really matters. Maryland has moved heavy equipment onto the Delmarva Peninsula, citing the need for peninsular integrity. The Baltimore administration has effectively established a military exclusion zone, along the border with Delaware. Here we go. Oklahoma reinforces cowboy defensive lines. Why the hell not? Reacting to Texan posturing, Oklahoma has utilized its enhanced trade revenues to fortify its southern borders. The folksy branding now has evolved into a serious defensive posture as the state government leverages its heartland status to prepare for conflict. Nice. Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion on standby. I mean, you got the Texan 1st Vanguard down, you know, much further south, but they can mobilize pretty quick. All right. The next prompt is Colorado, the Rocky Mountain Elevation Superiority Initiative. Instead of reading this twice, we're just going to go on and let it do its thing. Colorado has proclaimed the Rocky Mountain Elevation Superiority Initiative, or the RMESI. Asserting stewardship over all mountainous terrain, Denver established alpine compliance checkpoints on major passes, requiring permits for traversal to protect low-altitude travelers from the physical challenges of higher elevations. So they don't want no flatlanders running around just willy-nilly. Whoa, whoa. Maryland commences Delaware offensive. Oh, wow. Escalating the Delmarva Peninsula crisis, Maryland forces crossed the northern border into Delaware. Is that actually Delaware? Was that? I guess. Citing the need for peninsular unity, Baltimore's units quickly seized the 12-mile area, meeting fragmented resistance from Delaware's overwhelmed state police and militia. Maryland on the move. Now they're getting expansionist. Freaking East Coast is crazy, man. Lone Star Junta enforces Austin order. The Texan 1st Vanguard has completed a brutal sweep of the Texas capital region, suppressing the last remnants of the Houston-based protest movements. The junta has declared a state of absolute mobilization, redirecting all civilian industrial output towards the military. Wow. Whoa, Dover encircled by Maryland forces. Wow. Maryland's rapid push through the Delaware heartland has reached the outskirts of Dover. The Baltimore administration has issued an ultimatum for the city's surrender, while Virginia and Pennsylvania watch the unilateral annexation with growing alarm. Bro, Maryland, annexing all of Delaware now. Wow. Okay. That's the first state officially annexed all the way through. Is this? Yeah, this is, so they moved into Pennsylvania, southern Pennsylvania. Interesting. New Jersey over here, like fighting with New York. You got Maryland right here on your tail. All right, Georgia. And got the Peach-Based Economic Sanctions Initiative. Moving a week. Here we go. Georgia implements peach-based economic sanctions. Because why not? Governor Brian Kemp officially launched the Peach-Based Economic Sanctions Initiative, halting agricultural exports to Florida and Alabama, framing the move as a moral crusade. Georgia aims to leverage its superior fruit to coerce neighbors into stability. The sweetness of Georgia's harvest and a privilege reserved for those who respect the order of the South, Governor Brian Kemp. Dover surrenders to Maryland forces. Wow. After a brief but intense siege, the city of Dover has formally surrendered to the Maryland Peninsula Guard. Delaware's remaining state officials have reportedly fled to Pennsylvania, leaving the entirety of the state under unilateral Maryland occupation as Baltimore consolidates its peninsular hold. Damn. Uh-oh. Texas 1st Guard, Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion. Texans 1st Vanguard advances towards Red River. Following the consolidation of power in Austin, the Texas 1st Vanguard has begun moving north. The junta's armored columns are now massing near Lake Arrowhead, directly threatening Oklahoma's southern border. This aggressive posture confirms fears of a looming invasion of the Sooner State. Florida retaliates against Georgian embargo. In response to Georgia's peach sanctions, Florida has deployed the Florida Gulf Battalion to the northern border. Tallahassee has declared a citrus counter-blockade, effectively halting all logistics moving through the Florida parishes toward Atlanta, further destabilizing the southern regional economy. What? So they're just like, you can't have any peaches, and Florida's like, fuck you, you're not getting any oranges? I mean, I guess so. This is something right here, though. 1st Vanguard and the 1st Ranger Battalion. All right, our next prompt is for Pennsylvania. Moving a week. Here we are, the Pennsylvania move here. All right, Pennsylvania enacts Keystone Rail Corridor Security Initiative. The Pennsylvania administration has officially established militarized inspection zones at all major rail junctions. High freight corridors now operate under infrastructure stewardship fees, forcing neighboring states to pay the transit access. I can't read, apparently. This strategic consolidation positions Harrisburg as the logistical gatekeeper of the eastern United States, securing the backbone of regional trade. Texan 1st Vanguard crosses the Red River. The Lone Star Junta has initiated a full-scale invasion of Oklahoma. Wow. Texan armored columns breached the Red River defenses, utilizing superior heavy equipment to bypass Oklahoma's Ranger cordons. Heavy fighting is reported near Thackerville. Oh no, not the casino! As Junta aims to topple Oklahoma City's regional influence. Yeah, they've already taken the territory there. The siege of Baltimore and Maryland's Maryland's regional dominance. With Delaware fully annexed, Maryland has turned its focus inward to consolidate its gains. The Baltimore administration has established a peninsular tariff zone, mirroring Pennsylvania's rail fees. Virginia's government has formally protested the militarization of the Delmarva, fearing a Maryland push toward the southern Bay regions. Oklahoma Panhandle is now under threat to the Texas 2nd Expeditionary. As the main Texan force pushes towards Oklahoma City, a second Texan detachment has been spotted moving toward the Oklahoma Panhandle. Fearing total encirclement, Oklahoma's leadership has called for an emergency session of the Heartland Economic Lead, seeking intervention from its Colorado and New Mexican allies. They said, "Help!" Quote, Governor Stitt. Is that the new Oklahoma, flag, apparently? I guess when we got real serious, changed our whole flag and everything. That's wild. That's the new Texan flag there. Does Florida keep theirs? Yeah. Virginia? Yeah. Maryland? It's interesting. Yeah, I didn't even make a note of that. Yeah, that's the new Texas flag, apparently, of the new government. The Oklahoma one is purple and gold and white. Interesting. All right, next prompt is for Kansas. Kansas now. Here, moving into the next week. Kansas initiates wheat reserve psychological deterrence. In a bold play for regional dominance, Kansas has consolidated its vast agricultural stores into national wheat vaults. They're restricting cereal exports and broadcasting propaganda. Topeka is positioning itself as the indispensable provider of the Great Plains survival. I mean, I don't really know what that's going to do if Texas just moves up and captures you, but cool. Wow. Maryland launches full-scale invasion of Virginia's Delmarva. Following the total annexation of Delaware, Maryland has turned its military focus southward. Maryland forces crossed into the southern Delmarva Peninsula, engaging Virginia's lightly defended coastal patrols. This move aims to complete Baltimore's goal of total peninsular sovereignty. Well, yeah, they did it, apparently. Point Roberts logistics standoff begins. Discussions between Canada and Washington over Point Roberts have reached diplomatic impasse. While Ottawa offered a special border access, Washington's refusal to concede territory has led to a minor mobilization of state militia to the exclave to prevent annexation. Wow. So now we've got international conflicts going on between Washington and Canada in Point Roberts. Of course, it's a bit of a tiny bit of territory, but that's okay. The siege of Oklahoma City deepens. Yikes. Texan armored columns have bypassed the Red River and are now within striking distance of Oklahoma City. Despite the cultural influence of the Sooner State, the Lone Star's junta heavy weaponry has proven difficult to stall in the flat terrain. Just moving right up I-35 right there. Right into OKC. All right. Texas is expanding. Florida is expanded. Maryland is expanded. Virginia is expanded. Who do we have next? Wisconsin is on deck next. Moving into the next week. Look at the map here as we calculate consequences. Wisconsin establishes national cheese stabilization depots. Wisconsin has centralized its massive dairy industry, launching the National Cheese Stabilization Depots to secure regional logistics. By redirecting exports toward loyal partners, Madison has positioned Midwestern unity as a product of dairy dependency, effectively weaponizing the state's agricultural output. Our neighbors will find that the path of stability is paved with Wisconsin's resolve and quite a bit of cheddar. Governor Tony Evers. The battle for Oklahoma City Metro. The Texan 1st Vanguard has launched a direct assault on Oklahoma City. Heavy artillery fire has devastated the city's outer perimeters as Sooner State Rangers attempt a desperate urban defense. The fall of the capital seems imminent as Texan armor pushes through the Moore and Norman corridors. And they've picked up northern Oklahoma just like as a secondary, just because. Ponca City, Enid, all that. Like, man. Maryland consolidates the southern Delmarva. Maryland forces have successfully neutralized Virginia's coastal resistance, securing the southern Delmarva Peninsula. Baltimore has now achieved its goal of total peninsular sovereignty, establishing a new maritime administration that oversees all traffic entering the Chesapeake Bay from the Atlantic. That's powerful right there. Oklahoma Panhandle encircled by Texan detachment. The Texans' 2nd Expeditionary Force has successfully cut off all supply lines to the Oklahoma Panhandle. Isolated from Oklahoma City, the region's local militias are facing a critical shortage of ammunition. The Lone Star Junta has demanded an immediate surrender of the strategic strip. They split Oklahoma in two. Now we just have western Oklahoma and eastern Oklahoma left. Central Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma, and northern Oklahoma all have fallen to Texas. That's a lot. All right. Next. Our next prompt will be for Indiana. Indiana is our next state to move. Indiana proclaims the Crossroads of Civilization Traffic Sovereignty Initiative. Indiana has asserted absolute authority over Midwestern interstate corridors by establishing heritage toll sanctuaries and requiring transit obedience certificates. Indianapolis has effectively weaponized its geographic position as the crossroads of America to extract fiscal tribute from neighboring regional powers. Oh my God, my eyes are burning. All right. Maryland annexes Northern Virginia's Chesapeake coast. Why the hell did they just fly around over there? That was crazy. Did you see that? Ooh. DC still exists, but Arlington went down, as well as Northern Virginia. Maryland making a push. Exploiting its momentum from the Delmarva conquest, Maryland launched a naval-backed incursion into Arlington and Northern Virginia. Baltimore's administration now controls the primary northern approaches to the Potomac, citing the need for maritime security over the entire Bay region. My eyes are burning and watering, and I can't read. Pardon me. The fall of Oklahoma City. The Texan 1st Vanguard has breached the inner sanctum of Oklahoma City after a week of brutal urban warfare. Oklahoma's government has been forced to relocate to Tulsa as the Lone Star Junta consolidates control over the state's central industrial heartland. Virginia mobilizes for Potomac defense. That was weird. I don't know why it does that. They just like kind of fly. Excuse me. I'm crying over the wars. All right. In response to Maryland's rapid expansion, Virginia has declared a state of total mobilization. Richmond has withdrawn its expeditionary force from the former West Virginian territories to fortify the Blue Ridge Mountains, fearing a direct assault on the capital city. Quote, "We have traded the mountains of the West for the survival of the East. Not one more inch of soil shall be yielded to Baltimore's greed." Governor Glenn Youngkin. I mean, they focus too much into West Virginia. West Virginia, I guess, is pretty much, I don't know, I guess they've almost fully annexed. Oh, excuse me, let me get all this copied here into the archive. All right, the next one is Tennessee Appalachian Cultural Heritage Broadcast Authority. Moving on after a week. What's Tennessee gonna do? Tennessee nationalizes the airwaves with Appalachian Heritage Broadcast. Tennessee has launched the Appalachian Cultural Heritage Broadcast Authority, nationalizing radio corridors. Emotional fiddle solos and cultural programming now beam across the state lines, subtly asserting Nashville's moral leadership and undermining the authority of rival regional governments. The soul of the mountains cannot be silenced by the static of a falling union, says Governor Bill Lee. All right, the siege of Tulsa and Oklahoma's defiance. Following the fall of Oklahoma City, the Texan 1st Vanguard has pressed eastward towards Tulsa. Oklahoma's remnants have established a rugged defensive line, utilizing guerrilla tactics and localized knowledge to stall the junta's armored push through the hills. Looks like they've taken over the western part of the state. Maryland consolidates power in Northern Virginia. Maryland Peninsula Guard has finished mopping up resistance in Arlington, securing the vital approaches to the Potomac. Baltimore now exerts maritime dominance over the northern Chesapeake, as Virginia's forces remain hunkered down in the Blue Ridge defenses. The Great Lakes blockade intensifies. Michigan State Navy has expanded its patrols to the St. Marie River, effectively halting all shipping between Lake Superior and Lake Huron. Ohio's 1st Artillery has begun test firing along the Toledo Strip, signaling a potential escalation to war. Wowzers, brother. All right, what do we have next? This is the State of the Union. All right, Kentucky is up next. Kentucky with the new initiative here. What's it going to be? Kentucky centralizes the Bluegrass Bourbon Reserve. The Kentucky government has nationalized all major distilleries, establishing bourbon security vaults along the Ohio River. This civilizing spirit is now a controlled strategic asset, used to pressure neighboring states through exclusive export treaties and high-proof diplomacy. Canada and Washington reach Point Roberts Accord. Following intense negotiations, Washington and Canada signed the Point Roberts Accord. While the territory remains under Washington's sovereignty, Canada has granted unrestricted transit rights to residents, effectively de-escalating the border standoff as the local garrison stands down. The siege of Tulsa turns into urban guerrilla war. Oklahoma's 1st Ranger Battalion has initiated a scorched earth defense of Tulsa. While the Texan 1st Vanguard has seized the western suburbs, the rugged hills and urban sprawl have stalled the junta's armor in a lethal stalemate. Quote, "The spirit of the Sooner will outlast the steel of the tyrant," says one Oklahoma Ranger communique. Communique? I don't know. I don't know how to say that. Oops. Canada and Minnesota formalize Angle Inlet Protocol. Mirroring the Point Roberts Agreement, Minnesota and Canada have established the Angle Inlet Protocol. Ottawa will provide logistical support to the isolated enclave in exchange for joint environmental stewardship of the Lake of the Woods, easing regional tensions. Canada's just being super chill. The polities of Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands have officially merged to form the Mariana Federation. The unification merged to form the Mariana Federation. This unification aims to provide a collective defense against growing foreign naval influence in the Pacific theater. Is there stuff really going on? Wow. The Mariana Federation. Okay. Sure, why not? All right, Maine is up now. Maine with their own probably really silly initiative here. What's it gonna be? Maine proclaims the North Atlantic Lobster Security Initiative. Maine has nationalized its coastal fishing industry, establishing strategic maritime harvest zones by imposing, quote, crustacean transit fees on New England neighbors. Augusta has framed lobster supply as a vital pillar of regional, moral, and nutritional defense. Quote, the bounty of our waters is no longer a mere commodity, but the very lifeblood of our sovereign dignity, Governor Janet Mills says. Oh boy. Tulsa defensive perimeter fractures under Texan pressure. The Texans' first vanguard has utilized heavy thermobaric munitions to breach the Tulsa Hill Country defenses. Oklahoma's 1st Ranger Battalion has been forced into the city's industrial outskirts as the Lone Star Junta armored units consolidate control over the state's remaining urban strongholds. And Maryland proclaims the Chesapeake Maritime Union. Wow. Following the total conquest of the Delmarva, Maryland has formally reorganized into the Chesapeake Maritime Union. This regime change centralizes all legislative power in the Baltimore Naval Office, signaling a transition from a state government to a maritime-focused military autocracy. The Bay is our heart, the Atlantic is our reach. Baltimore shall dictate the flow of the East. Lord High Admiral of the Chesapeake. The Chesapeake Maritime Union, everybody. Missouri and Arkansas formed the Ozark Security Compact. Wow, fearing the rapid northward expansion of the Lone Star Junta, Missouri and Arkansas have signed a mutual defense treaty. The Ozark Security Compact establishes shared intelligence and joint border patrols along the Boston Mountains to deter a potential Texan incursion. I mean, they're doing the right thing, at least. They're making the right moves. Because it's only a matter of time. They're going somewhere. Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, more than likely. Maybe. I mean, anybody's kind of free game. All right. Next is Utah. Utah coming up here. All right. Just a look at the map here. Utah proclaims the Desert Theocratic Infrastructure Stewardship Initiative. The Deseret Commonwealth has centralized control over Utah's highways and fiber networks, declaring them sacred arteries. Salt Lake City now mandates pilgrimage transit agreements, effectively weaponizing transcontinental transit under the guise of protecting the region's spiritual well-being. Bam. The fall of Tulsa and Oklahoma's government in exile. The Texan 1st Vanguard has finally crushed the urban resistance in Tulsa. With the industrial outskirts captured, Oklahoma's 1st Ranger Battalion has been forced to retreat into the Ozark Mountains, establishing a government in exile protected by the Ozark Security Compact. Minnesota and Canada dispute over Angle Inlet pressure. Did they just not have an agreement? Wow, that didn't last. Like, what, 2 weeks ago? Despite the Angle Inlet Protocol, Ottawa has increased diplomatic pressure on St. Paul. Canada argues that the upper Midwest instability necessitates a temporary Canadian administrative oversight of Minnesotan Lake of the Woods, leading to a quiet militarization of the border. All right, the Chesapeake Maritime Union demands tribute from Virginia. Lord High Admiral of the Chesapeake Maritime Union has issued a formal demand to Richmond, citing the protection of the maritime approaches. Baltimore now demands sovereign harbor fees from all Virginian coastal commerce, effectively threatening a total naval blockade of the Atlantic coast. And the Texas Junta proclaims the Greater Lone Star Republic. Following the total conquest of Oklahoma's territory, the Lone Star Junta has officially updated its regime. Austin has proclaimed the Greater Lone Star Republic, discarding its old colors for a blood red standard to signify the state's militarized transformation and expansionist future. Texas is no longer a state, it's a destiny that the Red River cannot contain. General Silas Vance. Hey, they got their flag back at least. Or the normal flag, at least. Alright. We're going to see the world. I mean, that still says Oklahoma, but I guess that's because the government still kind of exists, I assume. I'm not sure. That's interesting. Maybe it's a glitch. Oh, jeez. All right. New Jersey and Maryland almost have the same color here. All right, next is New Mexico. New Mexico is next. Moving a week. New Mexico proclaims scientific sovereignty. Aligning with Oklahoma's regional influence, New Mexico has launched the Enchanted High Desert Scientific Sovereignty Initiative. Boy, that's a mouthful. Security cordons now surround former federal labs, while experimental transit restrictions prioritize the safety of classified research materials moving through the high desert. Angle Inlet diplomatic crisis peak. Following the persistent pressure from Ottawa, the diplomatic standoff over Angle Inlet has reached a breaking point. While Minnesota maintains nominal sovereignty, Canada task forces have established permanent logistical hubs, citing the inability of St. Paul to secure the isolated northern exclave. Virginian Blue Ridge fortification complete. In response to the Chesapeake Maritime Union's aggressive tribute demands, Virginia has completed its Appalachian Shield fortifications. The Virginia Expeditionary Force has dug into the Blue Ridge Mountains, effectively creating a mountainous barrier against Baltimore's inland ambitions. Quote, "We have traded the mountains of the West for the survival of the East. Not one more inch of soil shall be yielded to Baltimore's greed," Governor Glenn Youngkin, once again, quoting himself. The Greater Lone Star Republic consolidates Red River. Excuse me. The Greater Lone Star Republic has fully integrated the former Oklahoma industrial heartland into its war economy. The Texan First Vanguard has begun fortifying Tulsa and Oklahoma City, preparing for further northward expansion into the Ozark Security Compact buffer zones. So, as expected, they're going to move east-northeast, which, I mean, there they are, waiting. They're going to, Arkansas, Kansas, y'all got to step it up a little bit more. All right, next, we have Idaho with the strategic potato mineralization. Idaho has reclassified its agricultural exports as nutritional strategic minerals. I mean, that's one way to put it. imposing extraction royalties on all neighboring states. Boise has successfully weaponized its starch supply, framing the movement as an essential effort to ensure regional stability through strict food stewardship. Canada demands Upper Midwest resource oversight. Citing the collapse of the Greater Lone Star Republic neighbors and the instability of the Great Lakes, Canada has demanded administrative oversight of Minnesotan Lake of the Woods. Ottawa claims the request is necessary to protect the North American environmental security. The Greater Lone Star Republic targets New Mexico. Wow. Following its victory in Oklahoma, the Greater Lone Star Republic, or the GLSR, has issued an ultimatum to New Mexico. Austin demands the immediate cession, of the East Albuquerque Metro and eastern New Mexico, citing historical Texan territorial integrity. New Jersey fortifies Liberty Island position. The New Jersey blockade fleet has successfully established permanent shore batteries on New Jersey's Ellis Island. This escalation further isolates New York's garrison on Liberty Island, effectively turning the harbor into a frozen militarized zone with no sign of legal resolution. So you got the blockade fleet there, got the New York Harbor Guard there. Interesting. All right. I'm going to make a tweak here. All right. Okay. All right, next is North Carolina. You know, they're seeing what's going on in Virginia and the Chesapeake Maritime Union. They got to look out for themselves as well. Moving into the week of June 4th, North Carolina fortifies Outer Banks outposts. North Carolina has launched the Outer Banks Strategic Lighthouse Militarization Initiative. Historic lighthouses have been converted into advanced coastal surveillance and outposts, while amphibious patrol units now monitor Atlantic access lanes. This operation secures the state's coastline against unauthorized maritime traffic. The shoreline is no longer a gap in our armor. It is our primary shield against the unknown, Governor Roy Cooper. Rhode Island rejects New York's claims over Block Island. In a formal decree from Providence, Rhode Island has rejected New York's illegitimate territorial claims on Block Island. Citing its own maritime sovereignty, Rhode Island has reinforced its local marinas and deployed state militia to the island sound to deter potential incursions. Excuse me. Let me just get a drink, y'all. Interesting stuff. Probably spilling water on myself. All right, next event. The Greater Lone Star Republic demands New Mexico territories. General Silas Vance has issued a formal ultimatum to the government in Albuquerque. The Greater Lone Star Republic demands the immediate transfer of eastern New Mexico and the East Albuquerque Metro, threatening a, quote, kinetic resolution if the territories are not yielded by July. So, hey, it's June 8th currently. Samoan unification talks gain momentum. Inspired by the success of the Mariana Federation, diplomatic representatives from Samoa and Eastern Samoa have convened in Apia. The talks focused on creating a unified Polynesian bloc to protect regional waters from encroaching foreign naval interests. Cool. Good for them. They're going to need the collective power. All right. Next, we have South Dakota stepping up. Moving on one more week. South Dakota secures Mount Rushmore Heritage Zone. The South Dakota Light Infantry has established the National Legacy Perimeter around Mount Rushmore. The site is now a restricted command zone, intended to safeguard the American symbol from being weaponized by neighboring regional powers. The stone faces of our fathers shall not be desecrated by the petty ambitions of new tyrants, Governor Kristi Noem says. Is she still the governor there? Is that right? I don't know. Greater Lone Star Republic encroaches on New Mexico. Following New Mexico's refusal of the Texan ultimatum, Texan 1st Vanguard units have crossed the border, seizing the northeastern New Mexico plains. Albuquerque's scientific security forces have retreated toward the labs as the Red River offensive accelerates. So they've taken portions of New Mexico. Samoan Unification Accord signed. Diplomatic efforts in Apia have culminated in the Pacific Sovereignty Treaty. Samoa and Western Samoa have formally merged to create the Samoan Union, a move intended to deter growing naval encroachment by major global powers in the South Pacific. Texas initiates siege of East Albuquerque. General Silas Vance's armored columns have successfully occupied eastern New Mexico, severing the primary transit routes to the high desert labs. The Greater Lone Star Republic has now begun a direct assault on the East Albuquerque metro. Wowza. Look at that. Greater Lone Star Republic growing. All right, next we have Montana. Montana stepping up. Moving on to the next week. Texas there just crushing. All right, Montana enforces Big Sky airspace sovereignty. Governor Greg Gianforte has officially launched the Big Sky Airspace Sovereignty Enforcement Initiative. Montana's newly formed Ranger Pilot Patrol units have begun active sorties to monitor unmanned drones and high-altitude surveillance balloons, declaring an absolute no-nonsense, no-fly buffer across the Rocky Mountain corridors. The sanctity of the Big Sky is not a suggestion. It is our sovereign domain, and we will ground any who dare to violate it without a permit, Governor Greg Gianforte. East Albuquerque Metro falls to Texan armor. The Texan 1st Vanguard has successfully breached the defensive perimeter of the East Albuquerque Metro. Heavy armored thrusts overwhelmed New Mexico's Los Alamos security cordon, forcing scientific personnel to destroy sensitive data as the Greater Lone Star Republic occupies the urban gateway. Quote, Texas is no longer a state, it is a destiny that the Red River cannot contain. Once again quoted. New York lays claim on Block Island, citing historical maritime rights and the need for harbor defense depth. New York has formally asserted a claim over Block Island. Rhode Island has denounced the move as territorial piracy, immediately reinforcing the Rhode Island maritime checkpoint to prevent a potential landing. Quote, our jurisdiction is not a playground for New York's expansionist whims, Rhode Island Maritime Communique. Greater Lone Star Republic launches westward advance. Bolstered by the fall of Albuquerque's eastern gates, the Greater Lone Star Republic has begun a general offensive into western New Mexico. Texan armored columns are moving to isolate the high desert labs, aiming to secure the state's classified infrastructure for the Austin regime. Look at that. So they just have West Albuquerque and southern New Mexico left to claim, and they're just sieging down Albuquerque, I'm sure. All right, Connecticut is up next. Connecticut is moving. This is the map currently. Connecticut establishes subsurface security net. Connecticut has launched the Long Island Sound Subsurface Security Net Initiative. These are some long ass, they got to start using some acronyms. Deploying sonar buoys and patrol boats to monitor maritime traffic, Hartford has claimed unilateral authority to inspect vessels, citing a need to deter underwater threats from rival polities. Oh. It's got to think about it. There we go. Greater Lone Star Republic encircled high desert labs. The Texan 2nd Expeditionary Force has successfully isolated the high desert labs in western New Mexico. With supply lines severed and Texan armor closing in, the scientific security forces remain in a desperate standoff against the Austin regime's westward expansion. Rhode Island fortifies Block Island against New York. In response to New York's territorial claims, Rhode Island has significantly bolstered its presence on Block Island. The Rhode Island Maritime Checkpoint has been upgraded with shore-to-ship armaments, ensuring that any New York naval incursion faces immediate kinetic resistance in the Sound. Texas initiates conquest of central New Mexico. The Texan 1st Vanguard has pushed into the heart of New Mexico, seizing the remaining desert corridors. Albuquerque's administration has largely collapsed, leaving the Greater Lone Star Republic in near total control of the state's vital infrastructure and strategic high-altitude assets. Wisconsin demands Upper Peninsula from Michigan. Going after the Yoopers now. Citing cultural and economic ties, Wisconsin has formally demanded that Michigan cede the Upper Peninsula. Madison has begun moving security units toward the Menominee River, signaling a willingness to use militant force to rectify perceived geographic injustices. Boom. Wisconsin going for the Upper Peninsula. That's something. Hawaii is up. Hawaii making some moves now. Moving a week in. I love how Texas also threatened to give them until July, and they just said, fuck it, we're doing it anyway. Hawaii proclaims Pacific Defensive Air Sea Encirclement Doctrine. The Hawaiian archipelago, has declared a unilateral Pacific security zone, mandating cultural respect transit declarations for all vessels. Honolulu cited the need to protect indigenous waters from post-collapse opportunism, significantly tightening control over trans-Pacific shipping lanes. They're just way the hell out there, outside. Independence Day unrest across major American cities. It is July 4th. Widespread deadly protests erupted in Chicago, New York, and Houston as citizens marked a fractured Independence Day. Economic stagnation and the absence of federal authority led to violent clashes, resulting in several deaths and a reinforced military presence in urban centers. Wisconsin Border Guard mobilizes for Upper Peninsula incursion. Following its ultimatum to Michigan, the Wisconsin Border Guard has moved heavy equipment to the Menominee River. Madison insists the Upper Peninsula belongs under its administration to ensure geographic and economic logic for the Great Lakes region. The Greater Lone Star Republic annexes western New Mexico, officially. The Greater Lone Star Republic has completed its conquest of western New Mexico, effectively surrounding the high desert labs. Texas now controls the strategic heart of the Southwest, further isolating the Oklahoma government in exile in the Ozarks. Yeah, they did have an alliance with the Four Corners sort of region, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, kind of a loose agreement with them. And apparently, I guess, we're friendly with Missouri and Arkansas to some degree because they're kind of teaming up. Greater Ohio movement gains traction in eastern Oregon. Supporters of the Greater Ohio movement have launched a massive coordination effort across eastern Oregon. Boise's administration has expressed sympathetic interest in the movement, signaling a potential shift in the Pacific Northwest internal borders. Oh man, are we gonna get big Idaho? Yeah, where they take on the eastern part of Oregon and Washington, I think. All right, New Jersey on the move now. New Jersey moving into the week of July 16th. New Jersey issues Hudson megacity integration ultimatum. New Jersey has demanded administrative integration of the Hudson Metro Corridor, deploying civil protection units to the riverfront. Framing the move as a humanitarian necessity, Trenton has begun establishing policing checkpoints to restore order to the fractured megacity. Quote, "A city divided cannot survive the coming storms. We bring not conquest, but the coherence of the law. Governor Phil Murphy. New York fortifies Hudson front against New Jersey. In response to New Jersey's ultimatum, New York has reinforced its riverfront suburbs with state militia units. The Albany administration denounced the integration as a hostile annexation, turning the Hudson River into a tense, heavily militarized border. Man. Our sovereignty is not a buffer zone for Trenton's ambition. We will hold the line at the river's edge, Governor Kathy Hochul. Wisconsin Border Guard enters the Upper Peninsula. Exploiting Michigan's naval distractions, the Wisconsin Border Guard has crossed the Menominee River. Madison's forces have occupied several key transit hubs in the western Upper Peninsula, claiming the need to secure the region's natural economic borders from Detroit's negligence. Wisconsin going after the Yoopers, like I said. Greater Lone Star Republic enforces tribute on Santa Fe. Following the collapse of Albuquerque, the Greater Lone Star Republic has demanded total resource compliance from remaining New Mexican enclaves. Texan armored patrols are now extracting infrastructure royalties, effectively treating the entire high desert as a conquered province. That'll do it, man. That'll do it. Moving on. Next, Alaska. Alaska now. They've been quiet this game. What are they going to do? Moving into the week of the 23rd of July. Got Alaska up here. Alaska launches Arctic Resource Security Expedition. Alaska has deployed expeditionary ranger units and established Arctic logistics stations across northern settlements. Governor Mike Dunleavy framed the move as a preemptive defense of polar resources against continental scavengers looking to exploit the thawing frontier. I mean, I feel like that's sort of a kind of whatever, I guess. I mean, they're doing something. They're making some moves. I'm curious to see if Canada sees this as some sort of threat. You know, Northern Canada or British Columbia, or I guess it's all Northern Canada there. Alright, come on now. Move on. It's got to think. Looks like something big might be happening. Sometimes it gets hung up like this. Okay. It's just hanging on, apparently. All right. Are you giving me the next event now? Just thinking about it. Struggle busting. There's been a lot of change. Going on here. All right, let's just click next event, see what happens. What's happening? Texas Vanguard moving in somewhere. I wish I could read what this says. Let's refresh. Let's load the game data. I think it lost its way a little bit. You know, it's still a relatively new game, you know. Alright, I don't know if that's, okay. It's July 23rd. What happened here? Okay, here we go. Great, okay, yeah. Consolidates New Mexico frontier. Blah, blah, blah. Michigan and Ohio clash in Lake Erie. Tensions in the Toledo Strip escalated as Michigan State Navy engaged in Ohio's coastal batteries. The skirmishes resulted in the sinking of a Michigan refurbished ferry, prompting both states to move to a maximum combat readiness posture. The honor of our zoning traditions will be written in the waters of Erie, Ohio Militia Command. And finally, Wisconsin Border Guard anchors Upper Peninsula occupation. Wisconsin's Upper Peninsula occupation has transitioned into a formal administrative zone. Madison has begun rerouting timber and mineral exports through Wisconsin, ignoring Detroit's protest as the Wisconsin Border Guard establishes permanent concrete fortifications along the Menominee River. Cool. All right. See the world. Interesting. All right, Nevada now up. Moving into the week of July 30th, of 2025, not 26, 25. Interested to see if something happens with the Oregon thing. Nevada establishes Mojave Drone Exclusion Zone. Nevada has officially launched the Mojave Autonomous Drone Exclusion Initiative, or the MADI. I don't know. Utilizing repurposed desert recon units, Carson City has established a hardened no-fly corridor across the desert. All unidentified aircraft are now subject to autonomous interdiction to prevent surprise incursions from rival regional armor columns. The Greater Lone Star Republic consolidates New Mexico frontier. The Greater Lone Star Republic has completed the formal administrative integration of southern New Mexico. Texan armored columns are now patrolling the desert corridors, effectively isolating. Yeah, we said that already. Wisconsin Border Guard anchors Upper Peninsula occupation. Yeah, did that one. Nevada's new drone exclusionary zone has triggered a diplomatic crisis in the Southwest. Got the California First Militia. Wow. California has condemned the Mojave Interdiction Wing as an act of electronic piracy, while Arizona has scrambled its own militia units to the border, fearing a total encirclement of the Colorado River corridor. The desert is no one's private cage. If Nevada closes the sky, we will open the earth. Governor Gavin Newsom. Cool. All right, next. Seeing the world. So it hasn't been, after New Mexico, so everything's kind of chilled out. Like, Maryland got what they wanted. terms of territory here, establishing their new Chesapeake Maritime Union. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all those are sort of, Massachusetts, they're kind of in this weird standoff. Wisconsin has started moving into Michigan's territory. I think Michigan, thought they had Ohio to worry about, and then all of a sudden Wisconsin moves into the Upper Peninsula. That's pretty wild. Of course, Texas taking on, as the Greater Lone Star Republic is wild. All right, Louisiana is up next. Louisiana. Moving into the week of August 6th. Louisiana launches Mississippi Delta Reclamation. Seeking to protect the southern wetlands from regional fragmentation, Louisiana deployed riverine units along the Mississippi Delta. Floating checkpoints now control all major channels, asserting authority over marshes historically nourished by the floodwaters of New Orleans. Quote, "The Delta is the lifeblood of our culture and the shield of our coast. We will not allow it to be carved up by opportunistic neighbors," Governor Jeff Landry. Stalemate at the Hoover Dam. Tensions between California, Nevada, and Arizona reached a fever pitch as Nevada's Mojave Drone Interdiction Wing intercepted a Californian survey drone. All three polities have increased military presence near the dam, risking a total collapse of Southwest power grids. South Carolina occupies Savannah and Augusta. Inspired by regional expansionism, South Carolina launched a swift operation to occupy the border cities of Savannah and Augusta. Militiamen established fortifications before Georgia could respond, leading to fierce urban skirmishes and heavy casualties on both sides. Interesting. Look at that. Greater Lone Star Republic eyes the Panhandle. Uh-oh. With New Mexico effectively neutralized, the Greater Lone Star Republic has turned its focus back to the Oklahoma government in exile. Heavy armor is amassing along the border of the Ozark Security Compact, threatening to breach the final Oklahoman defensive line. They're just bored. They're just going back. They just said, "We're not done with y'all. Y'all could hide out for a little while. We're coming back east to get you." It's pretty crazy. All right. Ooh, this one's kind of spicy. Nice. Okay. Let's move a week into August 13th. Delaware Shadow Administration established. Operating from high-security refuge hubs along the Pennsylvania border, the Delaware government in exile has officially reconstituted. This shadow administration has authorized asymmetric resistance cells to systematically sabotage Maryland's logistic arteries across the Delmarva Peninsula. The soil of Delaware belongs to its people, not to the opportunistic admirals of Baltimore. We will bleed their supply lines until the peninsula is ours once more. Governor John Carney. That's interesting right there. Chesapeake supply lines sabotaged. Covert liberation cells loyal to the Wilmington Shadow Administration have successfully disabled key rail junctions and bridge access points in the northern Delmarva Peninsula. Maryland's Peninsular Guard has been forced to redeploy battalions to protect vital trade corridors from these mounting asymmetric strikes. Wow. Georgia scrambles to retake Savannah. Why are we looking at the United Kingdom? Why are they in... What? I don't think that's correct. Were they on vacation? Following the South Carolinian occupation, the Georgia State Militia has launched a desperate counteroffensive near Augusta, Fierce urban combat has turned the border into a meat grinder, with Palmetto 1st Expeditionary Forces utilizing pre-built concrete fortifications to repel Georgian armored attempts to break the siege. Y'all are a little far away from home. In the South Georgia island. They originated in the wrong place. Whoops. Greater Lone Star Republic issues Red River Decree. Consolidating its hold on New Mexico, the Austin regime has issued the Red River Decree, formalizing the extraction of all mineral and energy wealth from the high desert. Heavy Texan armor continues to mass along the Ozark Security Compact border, testing the resolve of Oklahoman exile forces. Interesting. I really hope Georgia figures it out, because they were in the wrong Georgia. All right. New Hampshire is the next state up. Governor Chris Sununu has declared the White Mountains of a sovereign bastion. The New Hampshire has begun constructing alpine bunkers and revoking commuting privileges for Massachusetts residents to prevent ideological contamination from the southern megastates. The Granite State shall not be a corridor for the chaos of others. We stand alone, fortified by our own stone and spirit. Governor Chris Sununu. Georgia launches counter siege of Savannah. Oh man. There we go. There you go, you made it. The Georgia 2nd Militia has initiated a brutal urban counteroffensive against South Carolinian positions in Savannah. The city's historic district has become a militarized meat grinder as both polities deploy heavy ordnance in the streets. Lone Star Junta massing near the Ozark frontier. The Texan 1st Vanguard has shifted its posture toward the Ozark Security Compact border. Armored divisions are testing the resolve of Oklahoman exile forces and their Missouri allies through aggressive reconnaissance and cross-border shelling. The Four Corners Alliance formalizes defensive protocols. Fearing the Greater Lone Star Republic's western focus, Utah, Arizona, and Colorado have ratified the Four Corners Mutual Security Accord. The alliance has pledged to mobilize should Texan armor cross the high desert borders. Economic cooperation is no longer enough. We must stand as a single wall against the Red River's tide. Joint Four Corners Declaration. All right, so we're getting some alliances now. I mean, Texas is a massive force. All right, Missouri up now. Here we go. Nice. Moving into the week of August 27th. Missouri and Oklahoma exiles fortify the Ozark Bastion. Under the Ozark Forward Defense Entrenchment Initiative, Missouri and Oklahoma exiles have completed reinforcement artillery ridgelines. Ranger sapper teams have pre-mined critical mountain passes, transforming the rugged mountain terrain into a lethal gauntlet against potential Texan armor incursions. Savannah becomes a graveyard of militias. The battle for Savannah has devolved into a brutal block-by-block attrition. South Carolina's Palmetto 1st Expeditionary Forces have utilized historic architecture for sniper nests, stalling the Georgia 2nd Militia's attempts to reclaim the vital port city center. The cobblestones of Savannah are stained with the blood of brothers. This is no longer a dispute, it is a tragedy of proximity. Unified Georgian Lieutenant. Texan armor probes the Missouri border. Probing it. The Greater Lone Star Republic has initiated aggressive reconnaissance in-force operations. Texan armored columns are testing the newly established Ozark artillery ridgeline, leading to high-intensity shelling exchanges as the Austin regime gouges the strength of the Oklahoma-Missouri alliance. Four Corners Alliance signals total mobilization. Witnessing the escalating violence on the Missouri border, the Four Corners Alliance has officially signaled a state of high alert. Utah, Colorado, and Arizona have begun moving hardware toward their eastern limits to deter Texan western expansion. So right there, it seems like anytime a major force conquers one direction and then turns back the other, forces from the previous direction seem to move in. That's what happened with Virginia. Virginia moved west, and then Maryland moved east. Well, they moved east that way and then moved west. I'm surprised that Michigan hasn't fallen, the Upper Peninsula hasn't fallen quite yet. All right, Arkansas step it up here. It's important. Moving into the week of September 3rd. Got the Ozark Border Watch, the Ozark Artillery Ridgeline, and the Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion. All right there. Arkansas mobilizes the River Valley Irregular Defense Legion. In a direct response to the Texan threat, the Arkansas government has authorized the River Valley Irregular Defense Legion. Volunteer militias are currently establishing covert ambush nests and guerrilla corridors along logging routes, vowing to bleed any foreign invader that enters the Ozarks. Texan 1st Vanguard probes Arkansas-Missouri border. The Greater Lone Star Republic has redirected significant armored assets toward the Arkansas state line. Preliminary skirmishes between Texan scouts and River Valley irregulars resulted in several destroyed armored transports, as the rugged backcountry proves difficult for heavy Texan machinery. Interesting. Some real resistance there. Maryland has launched the Peninsular Pacification Sweep to root out Delaware resistance cells. Baltimore's forces have occupied rural crossroads in the northern Delmarva Peninsula, but sabotage of the bridge infrastructure continues to hamper the Union's ability to maintain a consistent supply flow. Nice. The siege of Savannah intensifies. Urban combat in Savannah has reached a horrific stalemate. South Carolina's Palmetto 1st Expeditionary Forces have fortified the historic waterfront, while the Georgia 2nd Militia has resorted to heavy artillery shelling, turning the hostess city of the South into a hollowed-out fortress. Man. Crazy. Crazy. But, I mean, that's just one city, and it's just like this bloody battle. All right, Iowa now making moves. Iowa. Moving into the week of September 10th. September 10th. Iowa establishes Corn Belt evacuation corridors. The Iowa National Guard has successfully converted rural way stations into civilian coordination bunkers. Fortified humanitarian corridors now span the Central Plains, as Des Moines positions itself as the moral shield of the Midwest. Quote, Iowa will not stand idle while the storms of war gather. We are the anchor of safety in the prairie. Governor Kim Reynolds. Texan 1st Vanguard pierces Ozark outposts. Oh snap, there they go. I don't know why it makes this weird sweeping move like that. The Greater Lone Star Republic has intensified its assault on the Missouri border. Texan armored divisions breached preliminary Oklahoman exile outposts in the southwestern hills, utilizing high-velocity munitions to suppress the River Valley Legion ambushes. The Red River flows where it must. No mountain is high enough to halt the Lone Star's destiny. Texan Junta Command. Georgia launches desperate bayonet charge in Savannah. Man, we're going like 19th century like methods here. Okay. The Georgia 2nd Militia launched a suicidal bayonet charge against the South Carolinian waterfront perimeter. The engagement resulted in catastrophic losses for the Georgian forces as Palmetto snipers held the historic high ground with lethal efficiency. Delaware Resistance Cell cripples Chesapeake rail link. A Delaware Resistance Cell successfully detonated improvised explosives along a critical Maryland supply bridge. This tactical strike has halted all heavy rail logistics to the southern Delmarva Peninsula, leaving Baltimore's occupation forces temporarily isolated from mainland reinforcements. Man, the resistance here stepping up. Although, I guess DC still stands. It's kind of funny that they didn't take DC, but they kept everything else. Whatever. All right, Kentucky stepping up. Kentucky moving into the week of of September 19th. Kentucky deploys Appalachian Shadow Reconnaissance. The Bluegrass State has initiated clandestine patrols across the Cumberland Plateau. Hidden listening posts now overlook vital transit corridors into Tennessee, ensuring that any southern military movement is detected. Kentucky aims to maintain absolute mountainous vigilance without escalating to overt hostilities. The hills have eyes, and the ridgelines keep our secrets. We will see them long before they see us, Governor Andy Beshear. Texan armor breaches Missouri's first defensive line. Heavy Lone Star armored divisions have successfully bypassed the preliminary Ozark forward defense outposts. Utilizing overwhelming kinetic force, the Texan 1st Vanguard has established a bridgehead in the rugged southwestern hills, forcing Oklahoman exile units into desperate fighting retreat. They're bound and determined, man. Savannah Historic District reduced to rubble. The battle for Savannah has reached a catastrophic peak. Georgia's 2nd Militia units launched a final failed push to dislodge the Palmetto 1st Expeditionary Force. The resulting artillery duel has left the city's historic core in ruins, with neither side able to claim a decisive victory. Maryland consolidates hold on northern Delmarva. Maryland's Peninsular Guard has established a permanent administrative cordon around the 12-mile area. Despite persistent sabotage from Delaware's resistance cells, the Chesapeake Maritime Union has successfully stabilized its primary supply route, effectively formalizing the annexation of the Northern Peninsula. So, does that mean that they formally squashed that resistance? That's what I'm curious to know. All right, Washington is up next. Washington making a move. Moving into the week of September 24th, 2025. Washington establishes a Cascadian Strait choke point doctrine. Washington has deployed coastal interceptor craft and shore-based missile batteries across the Puget Sound. This choke point doctrine mandates strict identification corridors, aiming to secure the Pacific Northwest against hostile naval incursions disguised as commercial traffic. Texan 1st Vanguard consolidates southwestern Missouri. Oh snap, there they go. The Greater Lone Star Republic has successfully overwhelmed the initial Ozark artillery ridgeline. The Texan armored divisions have secured critical high ground in southwestern Missouri, forcing the Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion to relocate deeper into the rugged interior. Missouri mobilizes second-tier defense line. Following the breach of the border, Missouri has activated the Jefferson City Reserve. Now defensive fortifications are being constructed along the Missouri River to prevent the Texan 1st Vanguard from advancing toward the capital. Kentucky's Shadow Detachment signals Tennessee movement. The Appalachian Shadow Detachment has reported the significant logistics movement in eastern Tennessee. Kentucky's silent vigil continues to provide critical intelligence as the state prepares to steel its borders against potential southern volatility. Man, oh man, look at that. Texas moving into Missouri here. Missouri. All right, New York is up. New York is up. moving into the week of October 1st. Facing mountain pressure from the Hudson integration crisis and Texan expansionism, New York has declared the Adirondack Mountains a strategic military wilderness reserve. Light infantry ranger units are currently establishing concealed woodland redoubts, while vulnerable northern townships are being relocated into fortified forest camps to ensure state continuity. If the cities must burn to preserve the state, then the forest shall become our fortress and our silent vengeance. Kathy Hochul. Missouri River Defense Line fortified. Following the Texan 1st Vanguard's consolidation of southwestern Missouri, the Jefferson City Reserve has completed a massive entrenchment project along the Missouri River. Oklahoma exile engineers have integrated advanced sapper mining techniques into the riverbanks, effectively turning the waterway into a lethal kill zone against further Texan armored ferry attempts. Texan armor probes Missouri River crossing. The Greater Lone Star Republic has initiated heavy artillery bombardments against the Missouri 3rd Reserve positions near Jefferson City. The Texan scout units attempted a midnight amphibious crossing, but were repelled by the Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion, marking the start of a high-intensity stalemate along the Central River Corridor. Got a little bit of pushback. Interesting. Independent Chicago movement issues final proclamation. As the October 1st referendum deadline approaches, pro-independence organizers in Chicago have barricaded major transit arteries. The movement has officially denounced the Springfield administration, requesting immediate recognition from the Great Lakes community as a sovereign city-state, significantly escalating tensions with the Illinois state government. I mean, they're going to push for it. It's possible. I think that they're just going to kind of weaken themselves, though, wouldn't you think? All right, Illinois is up. Illinois. Into October 8th. Illinois' response to Chicago. Emergency Interstate Security Partition Directive. In a desperate bid to preserve state integrity, the Springfield administration has authorized armored highway checkpoints along I-55 and I-90 corridors. These measures effectively isolate the independent Chicago movement from downstate logistics, seizing vital fuel depots to starve the rebellion before the looming referendum. Quote, "The unity of Illinois is not a suggestion, it is a mandate. We will sever the veins of the city to save the body of the state." Governor J.B. Pritzker. Texan heavy armor crosses the Missouri River. The Texan 1st Vanguard has successfully forced a crossing of the Missouri River under cover of night. Utilizing heavy amphibious bridging equipment, the Lone Star forces bypassed the Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion's primary sapper fields, establishing a precarious bridgehead on the northern bank near Jefferson City. Wow. Independent Chicago movement declares sovereign status. Following the Springfield blockade, the independent Chicago movement has unilaterally declared the formation of the sovereign city-state of Chicago. Protesters have integrated with defecting local police units, seizing the collar county's transit hubs, and demanding international recognition while defying the interstate partition. Sovereign Chicago. Maryland naval strike on Delaware resistance. The Maryland Peninsula Guard launched a coordinated naval bombardment against suspected Delaware resistance camps along the coastline. The strike aimed to permanently decapitate the Shadow administration's leadership, resulting in significant infrastructure damage, but failing to halt the persistent sabotage of Chesapeake rail links. Lone Star Junta siege of Jefferson City. Texan forces have completely encircled Jefferson City, severing the last reliable supply lines to the Missouri 3rd Reserve. The Oklahoma government in exile has reportedly authorized a desperate breakout attempt as the Greater Lone Star Republic prepares a final urban assault to solidify its Missouri conquest. They are bloodthirsty, man. They are just going after everybody here. Interesting. Springfield there. Ozark Border Watch, which, good job, guys. You didn't do much here. All right, we got California doing things. California moving into the week of October 15th. October 15th. California establishes Sierra Reclamation Line. In response to growing regional instability and Texan expansionism, California has deployed elite mountain infantry to the Sierra Nevada region. Hardened artillery nests now overlook the Central Valley, creating a defensive wall against potential eastward incursions. Eastward? Would it be westward? I don't know. The Sierra is no longer just a vista. It is the stone sentinel of our survival. No desert storm will wash over our valleys. Governor Gavin Newsom. The fall of Jefferson City. After a grueling siege, the Greater Lone Star Republic has captured the Missouri capital. Oklahoma exile forces and the Missouri Third Reserve were forced into a chaotic retreat northward, leaving the Central River corridor under Texan occupation. So yeah, there they go. They moved up. The Missouri 3rd Reserve and the Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion. I don't know why the Ozark Border Watch is still there, though. Sovereign Chicago consolidates the collar counties. Capitalizing on the Springfield administration's distraction with the Southern Front, Sovereign Chicago has successfully neutralized remaining state loyalist checkpoints. The city-state has begun printing its own currency and fortifying the O'Hare logistics hub for international trade. Maryland annexes the southern Delmarva. I guess officially. Utilizing its naval superiority, the Chesapeake Maritime Union has finally crushed the organized resistance in the South. Virginia's coastal outposts were abandoned as Maryland established a permanent Chesapeake toll authority over the entire peninsula's shoreline. The peninsula is one body, and Baltimore is its head. The Chesapeake now breathes through our lungs alone. Admiral Governor Wes Moore. Admiral Governor. All right. Next, we have Minnesota. Minnesota is up. Minnesota moving into the week of October 22nd. October 22nd of 2025 here. Minnesota fortifies the Twin Cities against the cold. Minnesota has initiated the Twin Cities Emergency Urban Cold Weather Fortification Doctrine, converting metropolitan skyways into hardened bunkers. Municipal guards now control the Mississippi River crossings, ensuring the urban core remains an impenetrable winter fortress. If they want our streets, they will have to take them one frozen brick at a time under the bite of a northern woods gale. Governor Tim Walz. Lone Star Vanguard consolidates northern Missouri. Oh boy. Following the fall of Jefferson City, Texan heavy armor has pushed further into northeastern Missouri. The Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion has been forced to abandon primary logistics nodes, falling back toward the Iowa border to avoid total encirclement. Independent Chicago movement expands into northern Illinois. The sovereign city-state of Chicago has launched a breakout operation seizing northern Illinois to secure agricultural supply lines. Chicago Iron Guard units successfully overwhelmed the Springfield partition, effectively ending the state government's ability to isolate the metropolis. California solidifies the Sierra Nevada buffer, Under the Sierra Defense Reclamation Line Initiative, California has completed its high-altitude artillery network. Hardened nests now dominate the Sierra Nevada region, signaling the greater Lone Star Republic that Pacific Coast remains strictly off limits to eastward expansion. Okay, that's what they mean by eastward expansion. But that's westward expansion. I'm confused. I don't get it. All right. Georgia now making a move. Georgia moving into the week of October 29th. Atlanta Perimeter Emergency Governance Zone declared. The state of Georgia has officially designated the Atlanta metropolitan area as a militarized governance district. Rapid response checkpoints now secure the I-285 and I-75 corridors, aiming to prevent the spread of urban instability from the besieged east. Quote, "We will secure the heart of Georgia to ensure the tragedy of Savannah does not repeat within our capital's perimeter," Governor Brian Kemp. I mean, yeah, that whole thing there in Savannah is wild. The 2nd Militia, the Palmetto 1st Expeditionary. Texan 1st Vanguard reaches Iowa border. Following the total consolidation of northeastern Missouri, Greater Lone Star Republic armored units have reached the Iowa state line. The Iowa Guard escort has been placed on maximum alert as the Red River forces prepare for potential northward expansion. The frontier moves where the Lone Star commands. Our destiny is not bound by old borders. Texan Junta Command. Sovereign Chicago nationalizes O'Hare International. The sovereign city-state of Chicago has officially completed the militarization of the O'Hare Logistics Hub. Chicago Iron Guard units have converted terminals into sovereign customs zones, effectively bypassing Illinois state authority to establish direct trade links with the Great Lakes partners. Maine occupies Machias Seal Island. I don't know what that is. In a bold move to secure maritime resource rights, Maine has deployed a detachment of the Portland Harvest Guard to occupy Machias. How do we say that? Machias. Okay, Machias. Machias Seal Island. Canada has immediately issued a formal diplomatic protest, citing the move as a violation of territorial waters. Our fishermen require the protection, and our state requires its rightful soil, regardless of Ottawa's grievances, Governor Janet Mills. Interesting turn of events. Canada has been on the receiving end in the east, in the central north, and in the northwest. All right, Wyoming is next. Wyoming moving into the week of November 5th. November 5th. Wyoming restricts migration via High Plains Corridor. The Oklahoma government in exile operating from its logistical hubs in Wyoming. What? They're in Wyoming too? Okay. We got Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion there, and then the government has moved into Wyoming? All right, man, they're all split up. The Oklahoma government in exile, operating from its logistical hubs in Wyoming, has declared the High Plains a restricted transit zone. Fortified containment corridors and mounted ranger detachments now intercept and reroute Midwestern migrant convoys into supervised prairie camps to maintain frontier stability. We must secure our borders against the spillover of a war we did not choose, ensuring our resources serve the survivors, not the chaos. Oklahoma High Command. I will say, despite being completely annexed by Texas months ago, Oklahoma forces and the government in exile has hung on. Oklahoma, the 1st Ranger Division, wherever they are, I don't know if they're even still in Missouri or not. They hung on for a while. Apparently the government in exile secretly moved into Wyoming at some point. Alright, Maine and Canada face off over Machias Seal Island. Following the Portland Harvest Guard's landing on the Machias Seal Island, the Canadian government has dispatched naval vessels to the area. The Royal Canadian Navy has established a counter-blockade, leading to a tense maritime standoff over lucrative North Atlantic fishing rights. Sovereignty is not a suggestion. Those who occupy our waters will find the North is not easily intimidated. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Greater Ohio referendum mobilizes Eastern Oregon. Oh, they're moving. The Greater Ohio movement has reached a fever pitch as Eastern Oregon prepares for its upcoming referendum. Pro-unification militias supported by the Idahoan Cultural Vanguard have begun securing local municipal buildings, despite protests from the Salem administration regarding territorial integrity. East Oregon is going to Idaho pretty soon. Texan 1st Vanguard consolidates the Missouri Gap. Okay, so the Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion has moved into fucking Minnesota. The Greater Lone Star Republic has successfully cleared the last pockets of resistance in northeastern Missouri, with the Oklahoma 1st Ranger Battalion pushed into the Iowa borderlands. Texan engineers have begun converting seized civilian rail yards into high-capacity military supply depots. Wild. By the way, anybody watching, feel free to make suggestions here for prompts for different states, for the Oklahoma government in exile, anything like that. It's always welcome. Input is always welcome. All right, Alabama is up here. Alabama. Moving to the week of November 12th. What's Alabama going to do? Let's find out together as a family. I don't know. All right. Alabama enacts Heart of Dixie mobilization directive. Fearing total encirclement by the Greater Lone Star Republic in South Carolina, Alabama has declared a statewide emergency. Governor Kay Ivey authorized the formation of citizen reservist battalions to fortify the Montgomery-Birmingham logistics corridor against encroaching regional powers. Where were they when Florida moved in like fucking January? Quote, "We will not be the next domino to fall. Alabama's heart beats with the strength of 1,000 suns." But it's S-O-N-S, sons. "And we shall not be boxed in," Governor Kay Ivey. Maine-Canada standoff escalates near Machias Seal Island. The HMCS Atlantic Task Force has initiated aggressive naval maneuvers, buzzing the Machias Seal garrisons. In response, Maine has deployed additional coastal batteries to the Down East region, signaling a refusal to cede the contested fishing grounds. The Greater Idaho movement seizes Eastern Oregon. There we go. Hubs. Ahead of the winter freeze, the Idahoan Cultural Vanguard has successfully occupied municipal offices across Eastern Oregon. Local Oregonian state police were disarmed by pro-unification militias, effectively placing the high desert under de facto Boise administration prior to the official referendum results. Is that also called high desert there? Wow. Got bigger Idaho. Texan 1st Vanguard begins siege of Des Moines. They didn't even finish taking on Missouri. The Greater Lone Star Republic has crossed the Iowa border in force. Heavy armored columns have bypassed the Iowa Guard escort, initiating a brutal shelling of Des Moines as the Austin junta seeks to dismantle the Midwest's moral shield. Man, they didn't even bother. They're just like, we don't even have time. We don't even have time for the rest of Missouri. We're just moving on into Iowa. They're just like, they've just moved up through this whole corridor. It's kind of crazy. I'm actually surprised that they didn't try to go after Arkansas, but they did receive some pushback from the River Valley Legion there. So, I don't know. All right, North Dakota is our next state. North Dakota, moving into the week of November 19th. What's North Dakota gonna do, huh? The frozen Red River line activated. Responding to North Dakota's encirclement protocol, engineers have constructed massive ice-fortified barricades along the Red River. Is there also a Red River in North Dakota? Armored winter patrols now monitor the Fargo-Grand Forks corridor, prepared to trap any northward Lone Star spearheads into sub-zero kill zones. Texan Vanguard engages Des Moines Inner Cordon. Wow, look at that. The Greater Lone Star Republic has initiated heavy urban combat with Des Moines. Texan armored divisions utilizing the superior kinetic weight have breached the western suburbs, forcing the Iowa Guard escort into a brutal street-by-street defensive struggle. Greater Idaho referendum results spark integration. Following a landslide victory in the Greater Idaho referendum, Eastern Oregon has officially seceded from Salem. The Idahoan Cultural Vanguard has begun the formal process of administrative integration, solidifying Boise's control over the vast high desert territory. Maine fortifies the down east coastline. As the standoff with the Royal Canadian Navy intensifies, Maine has successfully completed the installation of anti-ship batteries near Portland. These shore-based assets aim to protect the state's lucrative lobster harvest zones from foreign naval interdiction. Gotta protect the lobsters, man. They're just like, you can pry those lobsters out of our cold, dead hands. All right, Vermont is next. Vermont. Moving into the week of November 26th. The week of November 26th. Vermont ratifies Green Mountain Winter Partisan Compact. The government of Vermont has officially decentralized its defense command, authorizing the formation of mountain partisan bands. Ski lodges and backcountry trails have been repurposed as clandestine logistics hubs, creating a frozen labyrinth intended to harass and bleed any potential occupying force during winter months. Quote, "We shall make every snowflake a witness to their intrusion, and every mountain pass a tomb for their ambition. Vermont will not be taken." Governor Phil Scott with the intense words there. Maine coastal batteries repel Canadian reconnaissance. Tensions in the North Atlantic reached a boiling point as Maine's shore batteries near Portland fired warning shots at HMCS's Atlantic Task Force vessels. The engagement marks a sharp escalation in the Machias Seal Island dispute as both polities refused to concede maritime resource territory. Wow. The Greater Lone Star Republic has successfully overwhelmed the Iowa Guard escort with the Des Moines metropolitan area. Or within the metropolitan area, excuse me. Texan armored divisions have secured the civilian coordination bunkers, effectively dismantling the central node of Iowa's humanitarian defense as the junta prepares to move toward the northern plains. I feel like they're spreading thin, man. I feel like, are they that powerful? Maine launches cross-border sabotage in support of Vermont. Coordinating with the Green Mountain Compact, the Portland Harvest Guard initiated several small-scale winter raids against Canadian logistical outposts near the border. These strikes aim to distract the Royal Canadian Navy and reinforce the defensive integrity of the New England Alliance during the winter freeze. Everybody else has been able to kind of figure it out with Canada, but Maine is being, they're just not having it. All right, Florida back up again. Florida, for the first time in almost a year at this point, they got really settled in with their expansion there, or weird wonky borders. Florida launches Everglades Counterinsurgency Initiative. Following territorial gains in Alabama and Mississippi, Florida has initiated the Everglades Wetlands Entrenchment. Military engineers are currently converting airboat routes into rapid strike corridors, while constructing amphibious firing platforms to transition the southern marshes into an impenetrable jungle labyrinth, hostile to any invading forces. Let them come. The swamp does not negotiate, and neither does the Gulf Empire. Enter awkward laugh by Governor Ron DeSantis. Maine, Canada hostilities erupt at Machias Seal Island. The maritime standoff between Maine and the Royal Canadian Navy turned lethal when the HMCS Atlantic Task Force vessels attempted to board a Maine fishing vessel. Maine's coastal batteries opened fire, resulting in a naval skirmish that has effectively closed the Bay of Fundy to commercial transit. The siege of Des Moines ends in Texan victory. After weeks of brutal, we're really only going week by week here, but that's fine. After a week of brutal street-level combat, the Greater Lone Star Republic has completely neutralized the Iowa Guard escort. The fall of the Moral Shield capital has sent waves of refugees fleeing toward Minnesota, as Texan armored columns pivot toward the upper Mississippi. The spirit of the prairie was strong, but the steel of the Lone Star is absolute, says a Texan Vanguard commander. Sovereign Chicago annexes northwest central Illinois. Boy, they're expanding. Capitalizing on the total collapse of Springfield's authority, the Chicago Iron Guard pushed westward. By seizing northwest central Illinois, the city-state has secured critical grain elevators and power substations, effectively rendering the remnant state government a non-entity in the Northern Theater. They're just going to take over Illinois. There's going to be a new government entirely. Yeah, it's whatever. Maryland Peninsula Guard reaches the Cape Charles Terminal. Completing their total conquest of the Delmarva Peninsula, Maryland forces have reached the southernmost tip at Cape Charles. The Chesapeake Maritime Union now exercises absolute control over the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, effectively taxing all transit between the peninsula and the Virginia mainland. I'm actually kind of surprised nothing more has kind of popped off. I think that the Chesapeake Maritime Union has crushed the resistance there, and Virginia, I think, is done expanding. So we'll see. Colorado up. I haven't seen anything from Colorado in a minute. Moving into the week of December 10th, 2025. What will happen next? We'll find out. Colorado ratifies Continental Divide Last Stand Directive. Facing the inevitable northward push of the Greater Lone Star Republic, Colorado declared the Continental Divide a final defensive redoubt. Alpine Ranger battalions have successfully sealed high-altitude passes, repurposing luxury ski resorts into forward bunkers to ensure every ridge is a battleground. The mountains do not bow to juntas. We will fight until the peaks themselves are our tombstones. Colorado High Command. Texan heavy armor probes Des Moines perimeter. Following the fall of the Iowa capital, the Greater Lone Star Republic has deployed scout units to probe the northern perimeter. Texan engineers are rapidly clearing urban rubble to establish permanent logistics hubs, signaling a preparation for a deep winter offensive toward the Minnesota border. They're just trying to split the U.S. in two. Texas is not here to visit. We are here to stay. The Midwest is the new heart of the Republic. Texan Junta Command. Sovereign Chicago establishes Northern Supply Cordon. The sovereign city-state of Chicago has finalized its control over the northwestern central Illinois region, creating a hardened supply cordon. The Chicago Iron Guard has nationalized all regional silos, ensuring that the city-state's burgeoning industrial capacity is fueled by independent agricultural extraction, further isolating the Springfield remnants. Maryland imposes Cape Charles Transit Tariff. Having consolidated the southern Delmarva Peninsula, the Chesapeake Maritime Union has officially implemented the Cape Charles Transit Tariff. Every vessel entering the Chesapeake Bay must now pay a sovereign fee, effectively weaponizing the Virginia-Chesapeake Bay against inland trade partners. Quote, "The bay is no longer a public road. It is Maryland's private treasury. Pay the toll or find another ocean." Admiral Governor Westmore. All right, Minnesota now responding. December 17th, starting the week of December 17th. Let's see what we got. We're summarizing, we're calculating consequences. Man. Minnesota anchors the upper Mississippi frozen line. Acting on defensive directives, Minnesota has successfully deployed winterized river guard units along the upper Mississippi. Towns like Winona and Red Wing have been reinforced with ice barricades, transforming the frozen river into a lethal artillery choke point against any potential Texan northern spearhead. Quote, "The Mississippi is no longer a vein of commerce. It is a frozen wall of steel and resolve. We will not be moved," quote Governor Tim Walz. Texas' first vanguard reaches the Minnesota border. The Greater Lone Star Republic has completed its reorganization of Des Moines. Armored scouts have reached the Minnesota state line, testing the outer limits of the upper Mississippi frozen river defense. The Austin Junta has begun deploying ice-treaded tanks for a deeper winter push. The map is written in Texan steel. North or south, the Lone Star will fly over every capital in its path. The Texan Junta command. Maryland imposes Texas Chesapeake. Okay, they already did that, didn't they? Or is it the bridge tunnel now? The bay belongs to those who can hold it. Maryland is no longer a neighbor. We are the gatekeeper. All right. Sovereign Chicago establishes the Iron Loop Defense. The sovereign city-state of Chicago has integrated its seized northern Illinois territories into a cohesive defensive grid. The Chicago Iron Guard has established the Iron Loop, a network of fortified silos and railgun batteries designed to protect the city's independent industrial supply lines. Springfield is the past. The city is the future. We have the grain, the steel, and we will stand alone. The Chicago Provisional Council. I mean, Chicago, I'm interested to see what they can do. Meanwhile, you got Texas just a county away, basically a territory away. All right, Nebraska stepping up here. Nebraska making a move, moving into the week of December 24th, Christmas Eve. Nebraska activates the Platte River Decoy Corridor. Facing the northward momentum of the Greater Lone Star Republic, Nebraska has launched a massive psychological warfare initiative. Hundreds of inflatable tank battalions and false signal emitters have been scattered across the Platte River corridor to misdirect Texan aerial reconnaissance and ground scouts. The Texan 1st Vanguard diverts towards Nebraska decoys. Interesting. They're taking one for the team. Texan armored units confused by the Nebraska decoy initiative have redirected several reconnaissance patrols toward dummy positions in the pioneer country. This tactical misstep has significantly slowed the Greater Lone Star State advance toward the Minnesota border. Minnesota completes the St. Paul Ice Bastion. Utilizing the upper Mississippi frozen river defense, protocol, Minnesota has reinforced the Twin Cities. Massive ice walls and pre-sighted artillery now dominate the river crossing, creating a lethal choke point against the approaching Lone Star 1st Vanguard. Well, that gave them time. Nebraska really kind of gave them time. The Christmas Eve standoff at the Minnesota border. Got the Lone Star frozen forward base there. As the winter freeze deepens, the Greater Lone Star Republic has established forward operating bases on the edge of the upper Mississippi. The Minnesota River Guard remains at maximum alert, with both sides entrenched for a war of attrition. Quote, "The star in the south may burn bright, but it will shatter against the ice of the North Star Fortress." Governor Tim Walz. Tim Walz fucking dropping some banger quotes lately. All right, who we have? West Virginia, the underground remnant. West Virginia, basically was captured by Virginia, but apparently there's some underground resistance happening. The ghost of Charleston. Revenant insurgency rises. Deep with the Allegheny Highlands, the Appalachian Revenant insurgency has emerged. Hidden radio bunkers now broadcast calls for liberation across the occupied valleys, while night raid teams utilize clandestine mountain warfare to sabotage Virginia's primary supply routes throughout the Potomac Highlands. This state was forged in the fire of separation, and we will not stay buried beneath the boots of foreign conquerors. Insurgency broadcast. Oh man, lots of insurgents and like rebellions in east. Texan 1st Vanguard overruns Minnesota border outposts. The Greater Lone Star Republic has successfully bypassed the outer layers of the upper Mississippi frozen river defense. Utilizing ice-treaded heavy armor, Texan forces overwhelm the Minnesota River Guard at the border, establishing a bridgehead for a final year-end push. Ice may slow a river, but it cannot stop the steel of a determined republic. Texan Vanguard commander quoted. Maryland formalizes the Chesapeake Wall. The Chesapeake Maritime Union has completed its fortification of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. Armored with heavy shore batteries, Maryland now enforces an absolute maritime embargo on any vessels not paying the Cape Charles Transit Tariff, effectively isolating coastal Virginia. The Siege of St. Paul. Winter arrives in the Twin Cities. As the year concludes, the Great Lone Star Republic has reached the outskirts of St. Paul. The Minnesota 1st Ranger Battalion and municipal guards have retreated behind the St. Paul Ice Bastion, bracing for a brutal urban siege in sub-zero temperatures. Man. That's pretty wild, man. Texas, they're not even bothering, with the remnants of Missouri or Iowa. They're just flying through. All right, Wisconsin is next. Wisconsin, moving into the new year, January 7th of 2026, moving into the future now. Wisconsin launches Great Lakes Winter Naval Irregulars. Amidst the frozen expanse... Hello. Hang on just a second, y'all. There we go. 2, 1. Recording here. Anyway, Wisconsin launches amidst the frozen expanse of Lake Superior. Wisconsin has mobilized its Great Lakes Winter Naval Irregulars. Utilizing ice-capable motor skiffs and nighttime sabotage crews, these maritime partisans have begun laying covert harbor trap nets to disrupt Texan and Chicago logistics. Oh, so they're preparing for a Chicago advancement too. I mean, they're way north. Chicago seems to be moving south. I'm curious to see if Chicago tries to move on bits of Iowa, like the southeastern Iowa part. Or even like Missouri if they make it that far. Alright, Cascadia movement gains ground in the Pacific Northwest. Despite official refusals from the governments in Olympia and Salem, the Cascadia movement has seen a massive surge in public support. Activists across Washington and Oregon have begun flying the Douglas fir flag, demanding regional unification against continental instability. Oh, we're getting Cascadia now? I mean, perhaps. Russia asserts maritime claims over Alaskan Arctic. Uh-oh, here we go. This is the next international incident. We've been dealing with Canada. Russia asserts maritime claims over Alaskan Arctic. The Russian Federation, citing the collapse of the former United States, has formally demanded the transition of Little Diomede Island and the Pribilov Islands to Moscow's administration. Russian naval assets have been reported conducting sovereignty patrols near the Aleutians. The siege of St. Paul intensifies. The Greater Lone Star Republic has initiated a heavy bombardment of the St. Paul ice bastion, using thermobaric shells to crack ice fortifications. Texas armor is attempting to breach the Twin Cities' final defensive ring in a sub-zero urban environment. Independent Chicago declares full sovereignty. Following a total collapse of Springfield's influence, the sovereign city-state of Chicago has officially declared itself a revolutionary republic. The Chicago Iron Guard now maintains full control over the collared counties, issuing its own passports and currency. The loop is closed. Chicago belongs only to those who keep its lights burning. The Provisional Council Chairman. So yeah, they're moving south. I mean, I think they're just trying to take Greater Illinois at this point. Oregon is next. Oregon. Moving into the week of January 14th. Lots of breaking up there. Oregon implements civil order containment directive. Governor Tina Kotek has authorized state security detachments to establish protest exclusion corridors in Portland and Salem. These corridors aim to prevent Douglas fir activists from forming unauthorized civic assemblies, maintaining administrative grip while the Cascadia proposal is reviewed. Russian Northern Fleet occupies Little Diomede. The Russian Arctic Flotilla has officially landed Marines on Little Diomede Island, citing the total collapse of Alaskan maritime security. Moscow has declared the island a forward Arctic sovereignty post, effectively seizing the strategic gateway to the Bering Strait. Wow. Okay. Where's got the Arctic Ranger expedition? Are they going to be moving? Maryland formalizes Chesapeake Dominion. The Chesapeake Maritime Union has officially renamed its southern holdings the Cape Charles Protectorate. Admiral Governor Moore declared that the entire bay is now a sovereign toll zone, demanding total subservience from any inland Virginia port wishing to access the Atlantic. The waters of the Chesapeake are not a public gift, but a Maryland privilege. Those who do not pay the price shall find themselves anchored in silence. Admiral Governor Wes Moore. Wes Moore, I mean, like, they've established themselves really quite a bit. Just a moment. Sorry, making some adjustments here too. All right, Washington is next. Not the Megadeth song or album. Both? I don't know. All right, what do we have? Washington, Cascadian Coast Guard Auxiliary Mobilization coming up. In response to rising regional separatism and foreign maritime incursions, Washington has activated the Cascadian Coast Guard Auxiliary. This force of civilian volunteers, ferry crews, and fishermen is now patrolling Puget Sound, establishing ad hoc checkpoints and conducting identification sweeps. The Sound belongs to those who call it home. We will not allow the tides of chaos to wash over our shores. Governor Jay Inslee. St. Paul Bastion breached. Utilizing specialized thermal charges, the Greater Lone Star Republic has successfully compromised the St. Paul Ice Bastion. Texan heavy armor is now flooding into the downtown districts of the Twin Cities, initiating a high-casualty urban engagement against entrenched Minnesota defenders. The North Star is falling. Steel has finally mastered the ice. Texan 1st Vanguard Dispatch. The Chesapeake Dominion expands harbor seizures. Oh shit, look at that. The Chesapeake Maritime Union has expanded its maritime choke points, seizing control of the Hampton Roads naval facilities. This move effectively traps the remaining Virginian fleet and subjects all regional logistics to the strict Cape Charles transit tariff. The Atlantic is ours to open or close. We are the new architects of the East's economy, Admiral Governor Wes Moore. Wes Moore, man, kind of a force to be reckoned with. Oops. Excuse me. Let's see. Republic of Chicago secures central rail hubs. Is that what they're calling themselves now? The Republic of Chicago has finalized its annexation of southeast central Illinois, securing the critical rail junctions leading toward the Ohio River. The Chicago Iron Guard has established the Iron Gateway, a series of fortified transshipment yards intended to tax all southern exports. Quote, "Commerce flows where Chicago wills it. The loop is now in the heart of the continent's industry." Chicago Provisional Council. All right, what do we have? So, yeah, they're slowly seizing the remainder of Illinois. All right. No. Hang on. This is being weird. All right, Minnesota up. Minnesota, St. Paul Ice Bastion Civilian Evacuation Corridor. Man, the Oklahoma government in exile has successfully activated the St. Paul Ice Bastion Civilian Evacuation Corridor. Oklahoma's 1st Ranger Battalion secured frozen river passages, allowing thousands of non-combatants to flee the encroaching Greater Lone Star Republic forces while maintaining rear guard suppressive fire against Texan armored scouts. So Oklahoma has maintained and survived this long as like a liberation force. Texan 1st Vanguard seizes the University of Minnesota. After a brutal urban push through the Twin Cities, the Greater Lone Star Republic has seized the University of Minnesota campus. Despite the Oklahoma-led evacuation, Texas armored units have effectively severed the southern municipal skyways, isolating the remaining Minnesota defenders within the downtown core. Virginia launches counterinsurgency sweep in Potomac Highlands. Yeah, because we still have the West Virginia stuff. Responding to Oklahoma-sponsored sabotage. Well, Oklahoma's sponsored it too? I mean, I guess Virginia is an expansionist state. So if Oklahoma is this sort of like liberating force, let's see. Virginia has deployed the Virginia Expeditionary Force into the Potomac Highlands, utilizing thermal surveillance. They aim to flush out the Allegheny Revenant Cell, resulting in fierce nighttime skirmishes across the rugged Appalachian territories. The St. Paul Exodus reaches the North Star Fortress. The first major wave of refugees from the Twin Cities has successfully reached the north central Minnesota. Under the protection of Oklahoma Rangers, these civilians have been integrated into Minnesota's northern relief depots, providing a morale boost to the besieged state while straining logistical supplies. The corridor held, we led our brothers into the snow to ensure they lived to see the spring, Oklahoma Ranger Captain. Cascadian independence protests turn violent. The Cascadian Auxiliary Fleet has begun enforcing strict maritime curfews in Puget Sound. In Seattle, clashes erupted between Douglas fir activists and Washington security cordons, as the civilian population increasingly demands the formal unification of the Pacific Northwest against Eastern aggression. That's very interesting. Meanwhile, like I said, you got Texas moving northward. Working some details out here. All right. This is the current map. Man, what a mess right here. Oh, this area. So much unrest. All right, Washington back up again. Washington moving into the week of February 4th. Operation Emerald lockdown initiated in Seattle. Responding to surging Douglas fir separatist activity, Washington state forces have initiated the Emerald Corridor Urban Stabilization Order. Rapid response units successfully sealed the Seattle downtown sky bridges and light rail hubs, imposing strict transit checkpoints to paralyze unauthorized mobilization and isolate activist leaders. Quote, "The stability of the Sound is non-negotiable. Order will be maintained in the streets of Seattle, regardless of the political weather." Governor Jay Inslee. Russian Northern Fleet approaches Midway Atoll. Following their successful occupation of Little Diomede, the Russian Arctic flotilla has been sighted maneuvering near the North Pacific atolls. This aggressive naval posture has alarmed the Mariana Federation and Hawaii, who fear a permanent Russian presence in the Central Pacific. The fall of the Twin Cities and downtown core. The Greater Lone Star Republic has completed the total occupation of the Twin Cities. Following the Oklahoma-led evacuation, Texan armored divisions cleared the remaining pockets of the Minnesota 1st Ranger Battalion, securing the city's vital industrial infrastructure and establishing a northern command node. Cascadian guerrillas sabotage Seattle rail. It's getting a little spicy out there. Despite Emerald lockdown, separatist saboteurs successfully disabled several light rail interchanges in Seattle. The Douglas fir movement has shifted towards asymmetric tactics, utilizing the city's complex transit grid to bypass Washington's security cordons and maintain communication between hidden cells. The Texan, oh shit, I forgot the Texan, they had a secondary, the 2nd Expeditionary. They've just been camped out in New Mexico this whole time. The 1st Division has just been mowing through states. Meanwhile, they've had an entire other like freaking battalion over here. All right. Anyway, the Texan 2nd Expeditionary crosses the Colorado River, expanding their western theater. The Greater Lone Star Republic launched a surprise assault across the Colorado River. Texan heavy armor has successfully breached Arizona's eastern perimeter, threatening the Navajo and Hopi reservations and the region's critical solar power grids. I think they were not prepared for that. I mean, they had like the artery guard there or whatever, but all right, here we go. Arizona reacting. How is Arizona going to react? Arizona activates Red Mesa Defense Coordination. Responding to the Texans' 2nd Expeditionary breach, Arizona has successfully mobilized the Navajo and Hopi tribe state defense grid. Rapid strike artillery batteries have taken command of the high mesas, establishing a lethal overwatch of the Colorado River crossing points. Quote, "The desert is not a highway, it is a sanctified barrier. Every canyon will speak in fire if the Lone Star continues its march into our interior plateau." Arizona High Command. Arizona precision ambush teams interdict Texan logistics. Utilizing the High Desert Counter Encirclement Directive, Arizona ambush teams successfully sabotaged Greater Lone Star supply convoys near the Grand Canyon approaches. These precision strikes have effectively stalled the Texan fuel and ammunition flow toward the interior plateau. This is where it gets kind of spicy and kind of interesting, because now Texas, the Greater Lone Star Republic, is fighting on 2 fronts. Before, they were just kind of camped out, kind of whatever, sort of as a defensive deterrent, I suppose, as the 1st Battalion, the 1st Division moved northward. But now that they're moving here, they're splitting their resources from the north to west there. I don't know. All right, next. Four Corners Alliance coordinates regional reconnaissance. In a display of regional solidarity, Utah and Colorado have shared aerial reconnaissance data with Arizona. This coordination has allowed Arizona to identify and fortify vulnerable canyon choke points, preventing a potential Texan flanking maneuver through the southwest power grid corridors. Arizona fortifies the Painted Desert front line. As the turn concludes, Arizona has finalized the evacuation of civilian settlements along the Painted Desert. The Red Mesa artillery remains entrenched, maintaining a suppressive corridor that has pinned the Texan 2nd Expeditionary Force against the eastern riverbanks, effectively halting their advance. That's impressive. Nobody's been able to stop Texas like that. But then again, this is the Expeditionary Force, not the armored battalion that's been moving north. All right, this one is the Greater Lone Star Republic. 1 week moving forward. Greater Lone Star Republic launches Red Mesa counter battery offensive. Seeking to break the southwest stalemate, the Greater Lone Star Republic unleashed a massive artillery bombardment against Arizona's Red Mesa gun lines. Using counter battery radar and thermobaric fire, Texan engineers successfully suppressed the high ground overwatch, allowing armored columns to maneuver toward the Colorado River's eastern banks under heavy smoke screens. Texan shock cavalry ruptures Arizona's Painted Desert cordon. Oh man, so wow, okay. Following a series of armored feints, Texan shock cavalry units successfully exploited a gap in the Painted Desert defense line. The maneuver bypassed Arizona's primary kill zones, effectively rupturing the suppressive corridor and restoring the flow of Texan fuel and munitions toward the interior plateau. Four Corners Alliance coordinates emergency high desert withdrawal. With the Red Mesa Overwatch neutralized, the Four Corners Joint Recon Cell has authorized an emergency withdrawal of tribal state defenders. Arizona mobile batteries are repositioning into Deep Canyon readouts to avoid total encirclement by the advancing Texas 2nd Expeditionary Armored Spearhead. Texan logistics flow restored to the interior plateau. Wow. By the morning of February 18th, Texan engineering detachments finalized staggering assault crossings over the Colorado River. The Greater Lone Star Republic has successfully secured the primary breach point, allowing heavy logistics to flood into the Navajo and Hopi reservations for a sustained western campaign. The desert was a wall, but Texan resolve has turned it into a highway. The road to the Pacific is open. Texan's 2nd Expeditionary Commander. Wowza. Okay. All right. Arizona is responding. All right, we're moving on to the next week. Arizona Canyon Readout Scorched Transit Denial Directive coming up. Arizona detonates secondary choke points in Central Highlands. Utilizing the Canyons Readout Directive, Arizona demolition teams successfully collapsed secondary highway passes and bridges across central Arizona. These controlled blasts have effectively funneled the Texan 2nd Expeditionary into lethal kill zones, stalling their armored momentum. Texan armor columns ensnared in Mogollon rim kill funnels. The Greater Lone Star advance has ground to a halt along the Mogollon Rim. Texan heavy tanks, unable to bypass collapsed sacrificial bridges, were subject to devastating plunging fire from tribal ranger sapper units entrenched along the canyon rims. Arizona completes civilian withdrawal to hardened mountain refugees. Under the cover of timed rockfall blasts, Arizona successfully evacuated thousands of civilians from the interior plateau into a hardened mountain refuges. The Scorched Transit Denial has successfully traded territory for the lives of citizens, frustrating Texan occupation goals. Texan's 2nd Expeditionary commences high-altitude siege tactics. The Texas 4th Siege Battery there. Frustrated by the Canyon Readout, the Greater Lone Star Republic has deployed heavy siege mortar detachments to the rim. Texan commanders have ordered the systematic bombardment of Arizona's Canyon Rim batteries to clear a path for engineering bridging crews. Central Arizona choke points formalized as new front line. As the turn concludes, the Scorched Transit Denial Directive has successfully stabilized the front, while northern Arizona remains under Texas occupation. The collapsed bridge corridors in the central mountains have created a defensible stalemate. Quote, "The desert will not be crossed by Austin's terms. We have turned our canyons into their cathedrals of fire." Arizona High Command. All right. All right, Colorado is now up. Colorado, moving into the week of March 4th, 2024. Colorado engineers have successfully rigged high-altitude passes with ice shears and listening posts. This avalanche denial protocol effectively seals the western Rockies, forcing Texan scouts to abandon high-altitude reconnaissance efforts as mountain switchbacks become lethal traps. The Texan 4th Siege Battery targets Central Highlands. Frustrated by the Canyon redoubt, the Greater Lone Star Republic has deployed heavy siege mortars to the Mogollon Rim. Texan commanders aim to pulverize Arizona's Canyon Rim batteries, initiating a systematic bombardment to clear paths for bridging crews. Cascadia movement proclaims provisional unity. Despite the Emerald lockdown, leaders of the Cascadia movement have proclaimed a provisional government in Olympia. Protesters flying the Douglas fir flag have begun seizing municipal offices, demanding a formal merger of Washington and Oregon. The Midway dispute. China challenges Hawaiian sovereignty. Oh, geez. So we got Russia and China moving in. As Hawaii attempts to secure the North Pacific atolls, a Chinese naval task force has intercepted Hawaiian patrols near Midway. Beijing has asserted its own strategic claim over the atoll, sparking a tense naval standoff. The Mid-Pacific is no longer a vacuum. It is a frontier of the new order. From the PLA Naval Attach? I don't know what that word is. Attaché? All right, Hawaii is now responding. Hawaiian carrier wings establish Midway exclusion zone. In a direct response to Chinese maneuvers, Hawaii has successfully deployed carrier-capable patrol wings and long-range missile platforms to Midway Atoll. The Pacific Interdiction Patrol has begun persistent radar illumination, signaling a defiant sovereign presence over the strategic waters. Quote, "The Pacific is not a vacuum for the taking. Our islands are the anchors of our dignity, and we will not be moved," Hawaiian State Command. So they've moved out past. So, okay. So the Chinese Pacific Task Force and Russian Arctic Flotilla are both stationed at the North Pacific Atoll? Interesting. I can see that. I mean, an international conflict. Chinese Pacific Task Force locked in Midway standoff. The Chinese Pacific Task Force has initiated high-speed naval shadowing against Hawaiian vessels near the Midway perimeter. While neither side has opened fire, the persistent radar illumination from Hawaii has effectively neutralized Chinese attempts at a stealthy approach. Maryland demands D.C. surrender nuclear access codes. Oh. As the nuclear question escalates, the Chesapeake Maritime Union has issued an ultimatum to the District of Columbia. Maryland demands immediate access to federal launch codes for regional silos, citing the need for, quote, peninsular nuclear deterrence against expanding continental powers. Texan siege mortars target Arizona's Verde Valley. The Texan 4th Siege Battery has commenced a brutal bombardment of the Verde Valley refugee fortress. Using thermobaric munitions, the Greater Lone Star Republic seeks to shatter the morale of Arizona's mountain redoubts and clear the Central Highlands. Cascadia Unification Referendum announced in Olympia. In a historic shift, the Provisional Cascadia movement has officially scheduled a unification referendum. Activists in Washington and Oregon have defied urban lockdowns to organize the vote, seeking to merge both states into a single Pacific power. Quote, "One forest, one people, one Cascadia. The border in our minds has already fallen. Now let the world see the Douglas fir rise." Pro-unification activist there. Man, that was a really good turn. There's a lot going on in this world now. International disputes, etc. Ooh, DC is now responding. Moving into the week of March 18th of 2026. District of Columbia initiates Vault Seal Protocol. Acting on Federal Continuity Vault Securing Directive, Loyalist security detachments in the District of Columbia have successfully relocated nuclear authentication hardware to hardened subterranean chambers. All external data pathways have been severed, effectively isolating the Strategic Launch Authority from Chesapeake Maritime Union interference. Chesapeake Dominion established DC Exclusion Zone. Frustrated by the sudden silence of federal command bunkers, the Chesapeake Maritime Union has mobilized armored units to encircle the District of Columbia. Admiral Governor Moore has declared a total land and water blockade, seeking to pressure the remnants into surrendering the now isolated launch codes. Quote, "A vault is only as strong as the air its occupants breathe. If they will not give us the keys to the future, they shall remain buried in the past." Damn, dude, these fucking... him and Walls are just, like, slapping with these quotes. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, Texan 4th Siege Battery breaches Verde Valley defenses. Utilizing high-altitude thermobaric barrages, the Greater Lone Star Republic has effectively neutralized the Verde Valley refugees' fortress. The bombardment caused massive structural failures in Arizona's canyon redoubts, forcing a panicked retreat of tribal rangers further into the central Arizona highlands. The Midway Standoff, Hawaiian interdiction holds. Hawaiian carrier wings have successfully maintained the Midway Exclusion Zone, despite repeated provocative maneuvers by Chinese Pacific Task Force. Persistent radar illumination and aggressive shadowing have forced Beijing's flotilla to remain in international waters, preventing any landing attempts on the strategic atoll. Cascadia referendum violence spreads to Portland. As Cascadia unification referendum approaches, the Portland order cordon has clashed with thousands of Douglas fir activists. Despite Oregon's attempts at urban containment, pro-unification militias have seized several municipal bridges, declaring them Cascadian free transit zones, and challenging state administrative grip. That is interesting. All right. I mean, Washington and the remainder of Oregon at least could unify, since Idaho took that part of Oregon. Speaking of Oregon, here's Oregon. Moving into the week of March 25th. Oregon initiates Operation Mount Hood Reclamation. Oregon security forces launched a coordinated urban assault to reclaim the Portland Mount Hood bridges from separatist control. By severing power to the Cascadian free transit zones, state units successfully fragmented Douglas fir militia positions, forcing a chaotic retreat from the waterfront. While the operation restored critical transit, it has fueled intense resentment within the Portland metro. Texan 4th Siege Battery pulverizes Arizona highlands. The Greater Lone Star Republic intensified its bombardment of the central Arizona mountain passes. Utilizing heavy mortar salvos, Texan engineers cleared debris from previously collapsed choke points, allowing heavy armor to begin a slow, grinding ascent toward the high-altitude refuges. Arizona's tribal ranger units have been forced to abandon their rim watch positions due to overwhelming fire. Chesapeake Dominion tightens DC blockade. The Chesapeake Encirclement Battalion has finalized the construction of hardened siege works around the District of Columbia. All land access to the capital has been severed, and Maryland's Navy has established a total exclusion zone on the Potomac River. The classified continuity vault remains silent, even as Baltimore forces begin probes into the city's outskirts. Sovereign Chicago seizes Illinois fuel reserves. Capitalizing on the chaos of the Cascadia referendum, the Republic of Chicago expanded its reach to secure the southwest central Illinois pipeline hubs. The Chicago Iron Guard encountered minimal resistance from state loyalists, effectively consolidating the city-state's control over regional heating oil and natural gas logistics ahead of spring thaw. All right. Slowly but surely taking that on. All right, Maryland is up. Maryland. Moving into the week of April 1st, April Fool's Day. Everybody, April Fool's Day 2026 here. What do we have? What do we have? What a mess. This is border gore. Somebody's got to start consolidating or doing something here. Start resisting. Texas, whatever. Maryland commences night probes of D.C. outer perimeter. Utilizing the Potomac Siege Reconnaissance Directive, Maryland strike teams initiated precise night probes against the District of Columbia. These urban recon units mapped subterranean access points where applying psychological pressures to the silent classified continuity vault's enclaves. The silence of the vault is not a shield, it is a clock. We are simply counting the seconds until the doors find a reason to open. Admiral Governor Wes Moore. Greater Lone Star Republic declares Northern Command North Star. Following the total consolidation of the Twin Cities, the Greater Lone Star Republic has officially designated St. Paul as the capital of its northern administration. Texan engineers have begun retrofitting the Ice Bastion into a permanent militarized logistics hub. Quote, "The star that rose in Austin now shines in the north. We have come to bring order to the ice." Lone Star Administrative Dispatch. Chesapeake Maritime Union tightens Potomac River interdiction. The Chesapeake Dominion has successfully deployed enhanced riverine patrols to choke off the remaining Loyalist support lines in D.C. These maneuvers aim to starve the federal continuity vault occupants without triggering an open engagement that might damage nuclear hardware. Every gallon of water and every ounce of fuel denied is a victory for Maryland's sovereignty. Chesapeake Naval Attaché. Arizona Ranger units fortify Superstition Mountain passes. In response to the Texan 4th Siege Battery, advanced Arizona tribal state units have completed the fortification of the Superstition Mountains. These high-altitude bunkers utilize scorched transit denial to overlook the remaining viable highway corridors into the southern desert. Quote, "In the heat of the sun and the stone of our fathers, we will..." Let's try that again. "In the heat of the sun and the stone of our fathers will be the only thing welcoming the invaders here." Not in. Whatever, you can read. The Midway shadowing Chinese task force repositions. That was a weird jump. Following persistent Hawaiian radar illumination, the Chinese Pacific Task Force has shifted to a holding pattern just outside the Midway exclusion zone. While tensions remain high, the immediate threat of a landing has been successfully deterred by the Pacific Interdiction Patrol. Quote, "The Pacific is a sea of patience, but our resolve is anchored in the coral." Hawaiian Fleet Admiral. All right, cool. Moving back to the deal here. All right, back to Arizona. Arizona now April 8th. Arizona deploys Superstition Mountain Counter Siege Initiative. The Arizona Tribal State Command has successfully activated the Superstition Mountain Counter Siege Deception Initiative by deploying decoy heat signature emitters and false tunnel entrances. Arizona defenders have effectively confused Greater Lone Star Republic target acquisition systems, drawing heavy fire away from active Ranger readouts. Texan 4th Siege Battery target Superstition decoyed fields. The Texan 4th Siege Battery unleash a devastating thermobaric barrage against the Superstition Mountains. However, the Greater Lone Star Republic artillery crews inadvertently targeted Arizona's decoy arrays, wasting high-value munitions on empty rock and electronic transponders, while Oklahoma-trained spotters triangulated their positions. So more Oklahoma resistance in Arizona. Arizona Rangers coordinate counter-fire strikes. Arizona data from the Superstition Counter-Siege Initiative. Arizona tribal ranger units executed a series of precision counter-fire strikes. These raids successfully neutralized several Greater Lone Star engineering crews attempting to clear debris from the southern desert approaches, further stalling the Texan advance. Midway standoff escalates as Chinese flotilla tests perimeter. The Chinese Pacific Task Force executed a high-speed probe into the Midway exclusion zone. Hawaii's Pacific Interdiction Patrol responded by locking fire control radars onto the Chinese lead vessels, forcing a tense withdrawal just miles from the atoll's territorial waters. Quote, the Pacific is a sea of patience, blah blah blah, resolve is anchored in the coral, yes sure. Texan advance halted at the Superstition perimeter. As the turn concludes, the Greater Lone Star Republic has ceased offensive operations in the southeast central Arizona highlands. Arizona's deception tactics have successfully preserved the redoubts, creating a hardened front line that the Texans' 2nd Expeditionary cannot bypass without significant reinforcements. Wow, an actual stand against Texas. Arizona acting again. Arizona moving into this next week. What happens? Operation Blackout Mesa commences in central Arizona. Oklahoma-trained Night Ranger, not the band, detachments successfully infiltrate the Texan perimeter under total blackout by sabotaging forward sensor pylons and relay drones. These mobile units have blinded the Greater Lone Star Republic scouts, creating a tactical vacuum in the no man's land beyond the Superstition Mountains. Texas 2nd Expeditionary scatters under false signal markers. Confused by Arizona's false trail markers and the sudden loss of sensor relay, the Greater Lone Star Republic has dispersed its armored screening elements. This tactical dilution has weakened the Texan spearhead, allowing Arizona's Superstition Mountain redoubts to remain unharried by concentration fire. Hawaii reinforces Midway amidst Chinese naval shadowing. The Pacific Interdiction Patrol has intensified its presence around Midway. Despite provocative maneuvers from the Chinese Pacific Task Force, Hawaiian engineers have finalized new anti-ship missile emplacements, further solidifying their grip on the strategic atoll as Beijing's flotilla remains anchored in international waters. Chesapeake Dominion probes DC vault defenses. Under the cover of the Potomac fog, Maryland Night Recon teams successfully mapped secondary ventilation shafts leading to the classified continuity vault. While the vault remains sealed, the Chesapeake Maritime Union has effectively narrowed the siege perimeter to the National Mall's subterranean limits. Arizona stabilizes the Central Highland Front. By the morning of April 15th, the Desert Night Ranger raids have effectively frozen the Texan advance. Arizona's high-altitude redoubts now overlook a stalled and confused invader, successfully buying time for the Four Corners Alliance to coordinate further defensive measures. Quote, the night belongs to those who know the stone. Austin's machines are blind in our shadows. Arizona High Command. Cool. Alright, the week of April 15th. Let's see some territory get won back. Let's see. Let's see. No. I'm going to try a different prompt here. There we go. Cascadia Provisional Authority, Douglas Fir Information Security Consolidation. Cascadia Broadcast Takeover and Data Sanitization. Acting on the Information Security Consolidation Directive, Cascadia-aligned activists successfully seized critical I-5 corridor broadcast towers. Oklahoma-sponsored encryption cells purged state surveillance software, establishing a unified mesh network that effectively severed external government monitoring and unified regional communications. Greater Lone Star Republic consolidates high desert supply. The Texans' 2nd Expeditionary successfully established permanent fuel silos in the Navajo and Hopi reservations. These logistical anchors have stabilized the Texan front against Arizona's night raids, allowing heavy armor to remain fueled despite Oklahoma-led sabotage efforts. Maryland commences structural analysis of DC Vault. Utilizing advanced subterranean imaging, Maryland night recon teams mapped the structural weak points of the federal continuity vault. The Chesapeake Maritime Union has begun placing seismic charges to pressure the bunker's air filtration system, demanding immediate nuclear access. The Superstition Siege stalemate hardens. As the turn concludes, Arizona's mountain readouts remain defiant. Despite Texas shelling, Oklahoma-supplied mesh network terminals allow tribal state defenders to coordinate fire missions, effectively pinning the Greater Lone Star advance with the scorched desert floor kill zones. Okay. All right. Sorry. All right. Look at the map here. Looking at the map. Ooh. All right. We got an Oklahoma one. Oklahoma Ranger liaisons arrive in the Southwest. Oklahoma's embedded liaison teams have successfully reached Arizona's mountain readouts. These veterans are currently standardizing night raid doctrine encrypted mesh network protocols, significantly boosting the coordination of local tribal state militias against the Greater Lone Star Republic forward engineering detachments. Texan logistics sabotage near Kayenta. Utilizing new Oklahoma standardized sabotage protocols, Arizona Ranger cells executed a synchronized strike on Texan fuel convoys by disabling lead vehicles in narrowing canyons. The resistance successfully trapped a Greater Lone Star supply column, forcing Texan armored units to divert combat power for recovery operations. Maryland probes Chesapeake Continuity Vault air filtration. In the District of Columbia, Maryland Night Recon teams successfully identified the primary air intake for the Federal Continuity Vault. The Chesapeake Maritime Union has begun deploying non-lethal aerosol irritants, attempting to force the Loyalist occupants to surrender the strategic nuclear launch codes. Cascadia Provisional Authority purges Oregon surveillance hubs. The Cascadia Provisional Authority has completed the sanitization of Oregon's municipal data centers. Oklahoma-supplied encryption tools were used to permanently delete store surveillance records, effectively blinding the Salem administration and solidifying the Douglas Fir movement's control over regional communications. Oklahoma really has established itself as this sort of decentralized revolutionary movement across different parts of the United States. All right, Washington is next. Washington making a move. cross-border Cascadia logistics coordination. Cascadia Coastal Ferry Logistics Integration. Utilizing cross-border coordination directive, Oklahoma-led team successfully unifies the coastal ferry network. These hubs now serve as Cascadia-aligned medical and food distribution centers, effectively bypassing the logistical stranglehold of the hostile Salem administration. Maryland breach of D.C. air filtration tunnels. The Chesapeake Maritime Union has successfully breached the primary ventilation corridors of the Federal Continuity Vault. Maryland night recon teams deployed seismic breaching charges, forcing the Loyalist defenders to retreat into the innermost subterranean bunkers of the National Mall. Texan 4th Siege Battery repositions for southern push. Oh. After the failure of the Superstition Mountain assault, the Greater Lone Star Republic has pulled its heavy siege mortars back from the rim. The 4th Siege Battery is now relocating toward the upper Rio Grande, signaling a shift in Texan strategy toward the Arizona desert floor. Interesting. Proclamation of the Mariana Federation Defense Pact. Spurred by the Russian naval presence near Midway, the Mariana Federation has formalized a mutual defense pact with Hawaii. This maritime alliance established a joint intelligence grid to monitor Pacific incursions, further isolating Chinese and Russian task forces. Quote, "Our islands are no longer isolated specks of dust, but a single shield against the tide of foreign steel." President of the Mariana Federation. Cascadian Courier Relay stabilizes I-5 communications. The Oklahoma-sponsored Cascadia Logistics Coordination has finalized an encrypted courier relay across the I-5 corridor. This network allows Douglas fir activists to coordinate unification efforts without relying on compromised cellular infrastructure, effectively blinding state surveillance in the Pacific Northwest. Man, that's they're slow. They're gonna get it. They're gonna get Cascadia. It's only a matter of time. All right, Maryland moving again here. Maryland. The week of May 13th, 2026. There's a lot going on over here. Maryland imposes silent night signal interdiction. The Chesapeake Maritime Union deployed high-density jammers and rotating recon squads around the District of Columbia. This Potomac Pressure initiative has effectively severed all underground digital communication, forcing the Federal Continuity Vault to rely on vulnerable line-of-sight signaling. The vault is now a tomb of silence. If they wish to speak, they must step into our light or remain buried in their own shadow. Admiral Governor Wes Moore with more banger quotes. Cascadia Unification Referendum begins amidst digital sovereignty. Utilizing the Oklahoma-sponsored Information Security Consolidation, the Cascadia Provisional Authority successfully initiated its regional referendum. The lack of state surveillance allowed voters across Washington and Oregon to cast ballots via secure mesh network terminals, defying the Salem administration's containment orders. Texan 4th Siege Battery arrives in the upper Rio Grande. The Greater Lone Star Republic has completed the relocation of its heavy mortars to the upper Rio Grande. This move signals an impending assault on Arizona's southern desert defenses, shifting the theater of war away from the stalemated Superstition Mountains. So they're not giving up. Like, they're just reorganizing and moving to a different spot. So they're just gonna Engineer Corps, the 4th Battery, and New Mexico. Okay. New Mexico was already annexed, but it seems like some resistance. Rio Grande Forward Watch activated. Oklahoma's liaison teams have successfully established a network of fortified desert hardpoints along the upper Rio Grande. These camouflaged Overwatch nests utilize high ground optics to shadow the Texan 4th Siege Battery, providing real-time intelligence to tribal defenders. Texan Siege Battery encounters Rio Grande ambush. Moving toward the southern basin, the Texan 4th Siege Battery was harassed by Oklahoma-led anti-armor teams. These high-mobility squads utilize the forward watch data to execute a series of hit-and-run strikes, forcing the Texan Engineering Corps to halt and fortify their current position. Chesapeake Dominion breaches Federal Continuity Vault. After weeks of Potomac pressure, Maryland's specialized night recon team successfully breached the final bulkhead of the Federal Continuity Vault. Loyalists were detained, and the nuclear launch codes were reportedly seized by the Chesapeake Maritime Union. That's pretty scary right there. The ghost of the old world has finally given up its keys. The Chesapeake will now be the shield that guards the dawn. Admiral Governor Westmore. Cascadia Unification Referendum concludes. As polls closed via Oklahoma Standardized Mesh Networks, preliminary data suggests a landslide victory for unification. Pro-Cascadia militias have begun lowering legacy state flags in Seattle and Portland, preparing for the formal proclamation of a unified Pacific state. See the world. Only a matter of time till you get Cascadia. Here it comes. Cascadia Provisional Authority moving next. The week of May 27th, 2026. Cascadia Proclamation of Sovereign Unity. Following the landslide referendum results, the Cascadia Provisional Authority officially declared the dissolution of legacy state borders in a coordinated ceremony across Seattle and Portland. The Douglas fir flag was raised as the primary ensign, signaling the birth of a unified Pacific power. The lines drawn in the past have faded. The forest stands as one. Today, we do not speak as Washingtonians or Oregonians, but as Cascadians. Pro-Unification Council Speaker. Chesapeake Maritime Union formally annexes District of Columbia. Within the Federal Continuity Vault successfully breached and nuclear codes secured, the Chesapeake Maritime Union has formally integrated the District of Columbia into its sovereign territory. Admiral Governor Moore has declared the city a strategic federal heritage district under Baltimore's direct administrative oversight. Quote, the keys of the old world are now in the hands of the new. Order has been restored to the capital. Admiral Governor Westmore. Texan Engineering Corps commences Rio Grande fortification. Stalled by Oklahoma-led sabotage, the Greater Lone Star Republic has ordered the Texan Engineering Corps to entrench along the upper Rio Grande. Heavy concrete bastions are being erected to protect the 4th Siege Battery from further night raids, while scouts attempt to locate the Rio Grande forward watch nests. Cascadian Civic Retraining Initiative. In Seattle, the first wave of former state security personnel has completed retraining under the post-referendum integration mandate. These units have been reformed into the Cascadia Regional Defense Auxiliary, utilizing legacy facilities as shared logistics depots to ensure the stability during the transition of power. Very cool. Very cool. Let's look at the flag. Yeah, there it is. Flag of Cascadia. Alright, one more Cascadia move here into the week of June 3rd. Successfully completed a year and a half, basically. Cascadia standardizes coastal screening protocols. Cascadia Defense Auxiliary has successfully converted Puget Sound ferry terminals into logistics hubs. Retrained units now enforce standardized identification checkpoints across the San Juan Islands, integrating civilian flotillas into a maritime early warning network to deter foreign reconnaissance. The sound is the heart of our new union. Its pulse will be measured and guarded by those who call these waters home. Cascadian Maritime Director. Texan engineers consolidate Rio Grande bastions. The Texan Engineering Corps has finalized the construction of hardened concrete bastions along the upper Rio Grande. The fortifications sealed the 4th Siege Battery from Oklahoma-led night raids, allowing the Greater Lone Star Republic to focus its sights on Arizona's southern desert defenses. Maryland formalizes Chesapeake Strategic Heritage District. Following the total annexation of the District of Columbia, the Chesapeake Maritime Union has integrated the National Mall into its core administrative grid. Admiral Governor Moore has designated the city as a strategic heritage district, utilizing the secured nuclear authentication hardware as a deterrent against regional rivals. Cascadia volunteers integrate early warning flotillas. Civilian mariners across the Olympic Peninsula have successfully integrated their vessels into the Cascadian Defense Network. These volunteer flotillas provide persistent surveillance, effectively closing the Salish Sea to unauthorized transit and reinforcing the Douglas Fir administration's claim to total Pacific sovereignty. Alright, here's the world on June 6th. Does Canada have the same flag? Yeah. All right. Still got a lot of border gore. All right, Wisconsin is up. Wisconsin on June 10th. Or moving into June 10th. What do we got? You might, there we go. Wisconsin launches Great Lakes Ice Convoy Program. Requisitioning municipal snow removal fleets and harbor tugs. Wisconsin has established secure ice corridors across Lake Superior and Lake Michigan. These winterized convoys bypass Lone Star naval irregulars, ensuring that humanitarian cargo and refugees reach inland population centers safely. Texan 4th Siege Battery pulverizes Rio Grande watchposts. Utilizing newly constructed concrete bastions for protection, the Greater Lone Star Republic unleashed a devastating bombardment on Arizona's southern watch nests. The high explosive barrages neutralized several Oklahoma-led liaison teams, allowing Texan Engineering Corps to begin bridging operations across the upper Rio Grande Basin. Cascadia initiates civil order integration. In Seattle, the Cascadia Defense Auxiliary has effectively integrated former Washington security personnel into its regional command. By utilizing Cascadia Data Exchange, the new administration has successfully suppressed remnants of the old Salem government, solidifying Douglas Fir authority over the I-5 corridor. The Midway standoff, Beijing withdraws to holding pattern. Following a week of persistent Hawaiian radar illumination and the reinforcement of Midway by the Mariana Federation, the Chinese Pacific Task Force has retreated to the Philippine Sea. The interdiction efforts successfully maintain the sovereign perimeter, though tensions remain high in the Pacific. All right. Thanks, Beijing, for pulling out of there, I guess. Even though Russia is there. Michigan is up. Michigan. Michigan activates straits surveillance and harbor denial grid. Following Oklahoma's strategic advisory, Michigan has integrated civilian lighthouse and trawler crews into a comprehensive overwatch chain across the Straits of Mackinac. The surveillance grid, bolstered by emergency mooring checkpoints, effectively ensures the passage between Lake Michigan and Lake Huron against unidentified vessels. Interesting. Texan Engineering Corps commences Rio Grande bridging operations. Utilizing the security provided by their new concrete bastions, the Texan Engineering Corps has begun deploying heavy amphibious bridging equipment across the upper Rio Grande. These efforts aim to bypass Oklahoma-led scorched earth defenses and establish a southern invasion route into the Arizona Desert Basin. Cascadian Citizen Flotilla expands San Juan interdiction. The Cascadian Citizen Flotilla has fully integrated volunteer fishing and leisure craft into a formal maritime early warning network. This expansion has successfully identified and deterred 3 unidentified reconnaissance drones, solidifying Cascadia's claim to total naval sovereignty over the Salish Sea and San Juan Islands. Wisconsin Ice Corridor convoys reach Harbor Springs. Benefiting from newly established Michigan surveillance grid, the Wisconsin Ice Corridor Convoy Alpha has successfully docked at Harbor Springs. This critical delivery of medical supplies and food ensures the survival of thousands of refugees currently transiting the Lake Michigan shoreline. Interesting. Who are these refugees? From the Upper Peninsula? But if this is Wisconsin, I'm confused. Minnesota also acting here. Minnesota doing some more humanitarian stuff. The Northwoods Refugee Intake and Winter Resettlement Command. The Oklahoma government in exile has successfully established the Northwoods Resettlement Command in northern Minnesota. Former mining facilities and seasonal lodges have been converted into winter-ready humanitarian hubs, providing fortified housing for thousands of refugees fleeing the Greater Lone Star Republic advance. Oklahoma Rangers escort Ice Corridor arrivals. Oklahoma 1st Ranger detachments have begun systematic patrol across the Northern Woods Corridor. These units are successfully meeting Wisconsin Ice Corridor arrivals at the shoreline, registering families and screening for Lone Star infiltrators while guiding convoys to the new northern enclaves. Cascadian Logistics Network solidifies. Cascadian Defense Auxiliary has completed the integration of the Olympic Peninsula into its centralized logistics grid, utilizing Oklahoma standardized encryption, and the new administration has successfully synchronized food and medical distribution, effectively neutralizing remaining loyalist administrative friction in the region. Texan engineers secure Rio Grande crossing. Despite Oklahoma-led sabotage, Oklahoma is all over the place. Led sabotage, the Texan Engineering Corps has finalized heavy bridging across the upper Rio Grande. Armored columns of the 4th Siege Battery have begun transitioning the basin, signaling a massive push into the southern Arizona desert floor. Quote, "The river was a pause, not a stop. Austin's reach is as long as the horizon and as hot as the sand." Texan General Huffines. Interesting. They're about to seize all of Arizona. But Arizona is fighting back. Into the week of July 1st. Arizona Scorched Corridor Directive fractures Texan advance. Utilizing the Southern Desert Scorched Corridor Counter Mobility Directive, Oklahoma-backed sapper teams successfully collapsed 3 major highway overpasses across the desert floor. The Texan 4th Siege Battery found its armored columns severed and stalled within exposed basins, forcing a chaotic dispersal under heavy long-range canyon fire from Arizona tribal state batteries. Samoan and Eastern Samoan Unification Accord. Inspired by the Mariana Federation, leaders from Samoa and Eastern Samoa have finalized a formal merger. This unification creates a cohesive Samoan union aimed at asserting maritime sovereignty and resisting foreign naval influence within the Southwest Pacific Ocean. The sea does not divide us, it is the bridge upon which our ancestors walked, and today it is the shield of our unified home. Samoan High Chief. What's that? Western Samoa, and then Samoa. Okay. Is that Eastern Samoa? West. I'm confused. Who owns this? Nobody. Who owns this? That's Tonga. Who owns this? That's France. Okay. New York lays claim on Block Island again. In an aggressive move to dominate Block Island Sound, the Albany administration has issued an illegitimate territorial claim over Block Island. Rhode Island has condemned the move as maritime piracy, quickly mobilizing local marinas and questioning civilian vessels to bolster the Rhode Island maritime checkpoint against a potential New York naval incursion. The Greater Lone Star bridging crews trapped in kill pockets. Lured by false Oklahoma-seeded engineering markers, the Texan Engineering Corps attempted to bridge a dry wash that was pre-sighted by Arizona howitzers. The resulting bombardment decimated the bridging equipment, leaving the Greater Lone Star Republic with significant logistical losses and halting the Southern Desert Offensive for the foreseeable future. Arizona has put up more of a fight. Like, they've ceded almost all their territory, but they put up more of a fight than any other place. All right, Rhode Island is acting now. Gonna move on up here to Rhode Island. All right, Rhode Island activates Narragansett defensive screen. Responding to New York's illegitimate claims on Block Island, Rhode Island has successfully requisitioned private maritime fleets. These volunteer skippers now form a dense civilian-manned interdiction screen across Block Island Sound, utilizing shallow water barricades to deny reconnaissance access. Okay. Nice. Now, if it'll actually move on, it looks like it's getting hung up. Let's refresh. I'm gonna refresh. Any day now. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, moving into July 15th. A unified U.S. is still possible. Under somebody. Some flag, maybe, eventually. Alright, yep, okay. Next. Greater Lone Star Republic consolidates southern Arizona gains. Following the bridging of the upper Rio Grande, the Texan 4th Siege Battery has established a series of fortified artillery parks within southern Arizona. Despite ongoing Arizona desert sapper raids, the Greater Lone Star Republic has successfully secured the primary logistics arteries connecting the basin to the Texan capital region. Jeez. Cascadia Mountain Guard secures Mount Hood passes. The Cascadia 1st Mountain Guard has completed the installation of high-altitude sensor arrays across the Portland Mount Hood area. These arrays, linked to the Cascadia Data Exchange, provide total overwatch of eastern approach corridors, effectively neutralizing the threat of unobserved Lone Star reconnaissance from the high desert. Arizona Rangers execute Canyon Shadow counteroffensive. Utilizing Oklahoma standardized night fighting equipment, Arizona tribal state militias launched a massive series of ambushes across the Superstition Mountain perimeter. The Arizona Desert Sapper Team successfully destroyed 3 Texan armored fuel depots, forcing the Greater Lone Star Republic to halt its probes toward the Phoenix metro area. Quote, "The desert heat consumes the metal, and our shadows consume the men. Austin will find no shelter in our canyons." An Arizona Ranger Command. All right. Yeah, they're putting up a fight. It is a war of attrition, truly. All right, New York. New York is acting now. Moving into the week of July 22nd from July 15th. New York launches Long Island literal reconnaissance retaliation sweep. The Albany administration deployed low-wake patrol craft and stealth observation drones from the Long Island district. These units began mapping Rhode Island's cable obstructions in the Blockade Island Sound, searching for unguarded maritime approach lanes while successfully identifying patrol gaps in the Rhode Island Maritime Interdiction Fleet. Rhode Island scrambles Marina Interdiction Fleet to Blockade Sound. Reacting to increased drone activity, Rhode Island mobilized its Marina Interdiction Fleet to tighten its screen around the Block Island. Volunteer skippers deployed an additional shallow water barricades to disrupt New York's littoral mapping efforts, leading to several non-lethal high-speed maritime chases near the outer sandbars. Texan 4th Siege Battery breaches southern Arizona high grounds. The Greater Lone Star Republic utilized armored recovery vehicles to bypass collapsed overpasses in southern Arizona. Despite persistent Arizona Desert Sapper raids, the Texan armor successfully established a heavy firing line overlooking the Phoenix approach corridors, forcing tribal state defenders to prepare for urban defense. Oklahoma liaison teams coordinate Arizona guerrilla defense. In response to the Texan breakthrough, Oklahoma night strikes against Lone Star supply arteries. Utilizing the Arizona Desert Sapper Team, these units successfully delayed the transport of heavy munitions to the 4th Siege Battery, buying critical time for the defense of the metro region. They are hanging on. Barely. Truly. All right. Rhode Island acting now in response back to New York, back and forth. Rhode Island deploys sonar detection grid in Block Island Sound. Utilizing civilian converted trawlers, Rhode Island successfully deployed a layered underwater sonar net. The passive curtains and hydrophone buoys now provide total acoustic overwatch intended to bait New York stealth craft into shallow maritime choke zones. New York drone intercepted by Rhode Island sonar grid. The newly activated Block Island sonar curtain successfully identified an underwater reconnaissance drone operating near the Montauk approach. Rhode Island patrol skiffs engaged the target, forcing the New York stealth recon team to abandon its sensor package. Texan 4th Siege Battery heavy bombardment of Phoenix outskirts. The Greater Lone Star Republic commenced a massive saturation bombardment of the Phoenix defensive perimeter. Despite Arizona desert sapper activity, Texan heavy mortars have begun leveling forward industrial parks, signaling an imminent push into the metro heart. Oklahoma Night Rangers sabotage Texas munition railheads. Under the cover of a sandstorm, the Oklahoma liaison teams and Arizona sappers successfully detonated a vital munition depot in southeast central Arizona. The blast destroyed several battery trains, temporarily silencing the Lone Star bombardment of the Phoenix corridor. Maryland consolidates Federal Heritage District. The Chesapeake Maritime Union has finalized the installation of static defense batteries around the National Mall. This consolidation secures the Federal Continuity Vault breach site, effectively integrating the DC core into Baltimore's permanent strategic grid. The capital is no longer a ghost, it is the anchor of our dominion, Admiral Governor Wes Moore. They also changed their colors. Does that mean they've changed their flag? They did. Cool. All right, New York is acting again. New York, in response to Rhode Island, somebody's got to make some moves here. I feel like the Chesapeake Maritime Union, it's only a matter of time. New York probes Block Island sonar grid. The Albany administration launched the Montauk Littoral Counter Mapping Operation, deploying stealth recon skiffs to analyze the Rhode Island sonar net. By capturing buoy telemetry, New York identified critical frequency gaps aiming to reopen clandestine maritime lanes. The sound is not a wall, it is a code. We will find the rhythm to their silence and walk through it, Governor Kathy Hochul. Rhode Island scrambles marina fleet to prevent anchor theft. Reacting to mysterious signal drops, the Rhode Island Marina Interdiction Fleet initiated high-speed nocturnal sweeps, while New York drones successfully towed away several hydrophone anchors. The Rhode Island volunteer skippers prevented total grid collapse by deploying physical weighted barriers. Texan 4th Siege Battery consolidates Phoenix perimeter. Following the heavy saturation bombardment, the Greater Lone Star Republic moved its 4th Siege Battery into the Phoenix outskirts. Despite Oklahoma-led Night Ranger harassment, the Texan Vanguard established permanent fire bases, effectively placing the Arizona capital under a total siege. Damn. They're moving in, slowly but surely. All right. This is the map currently. It is August 5th. All right, we've got Kentucky coming up here. Kentucky. What is Kentucky doing? It's the Ohio River Civil Defense Bridge Control Mandate. Acting on Oklahoma's strategic initiative, Kentucky National Guard engineer detachments have seized control of all major Ohio River bridges. Toll plazas and way stations have been converted into hardened, fortified inspection choke points, successfully securing the state's northern logistical flank. The river is our shield, and the bridge is our gate. No shadow crosses the water without our leave. Governor Andrew Beshear. Rhode Island rebuffs New York's landing attempt. New York littoral units attempted a midnight probe toward Block Island, but were successfully repelled by the Rhode Island Marina Interdiction Fleet. The high-speed chase ended when New York stealth craft were lured into a shallow sonar bait zone, forcing their immediate retreat to Montauk. Texan siege of Phoenix Titans. The Greater Lone Star Republic has successfully neutralized the Arizona outer defensive ring despite relentless Oklahoma-led Night Ranger raids. The 4th Siege Battery has begun a systematic urban reduction of the northern Phoenix, cutting electricity to the tribal state command bunkers. Cascadia standardizes interior rail security. The Cascadia Defense Auxiliary has completed its rail transit overhaul. Utilizing the Cascadia Data Exchange, the administration now monitors all movement through the Portland-Mount Hood corridor, effectively ending legacy Oregon loyalist resistance in the inland mountains. Quote, "One track, one people, one Cascadia. The old borders no longer possess the strength to divide our progress." Cascadian Transit Director. Cool. All right. Interesting. We got some moves here. You know, Kentucky doing some things. Pennsylvania. We haven't heard anything from them in forever. The Allegheny Rail Interdiction and Industrial Safeguard Directive. What do they got going on? We're going to find out. We're going to find out in just a moment, y'all. All right, Pennsylvania mobilizes Allegheny Industrial Safeguard. Acting on the Allegheny Rail Interdiction Directive, Pennsylvania state auxiliaries seized the Pittsburgh Tri-Rail Yards. Freight junctions were converted into fortified corridors, rerouting steel and energy resources into secure depots to prevent external extraction during the continental collapse. Greater Lone Star Republic consolidate Phoenix interior. The Texan 4th Siege Battery completed the total suppression of tribal state bunkers in Phoenix, with the electricity severed and the Oklahoma liaison teams pushed to the western outskirts. The Greater Lone Star Republic has formalized its occupation of the Metro Core. New York drone swarm disables Block Island sonar. The Albany administration launched a saturation drone strike during the Rhode Island sonar curtain by utilizing acoustic decoys. The New York Stealth Recon team successfully destroyed several hydrophone buoys, creating a temporary maritime blind spot in Block Island Sound. The sound is now open. We have cut their ears from the sea. Oklahoma Rangers seize Wyoming Resource Hub. In a bold move to secure transit lines, the High Plains Ranger Detachment occupied the Thermopolis Thermal Spring and Railhead. This expansion ensures the Oklahoma government in exile controls vital heating and water resources for the incoming winter refugee surge. We do not just guard the path, we provide the warmth to walk in it. This makes sense that they're based in Wyoming, I guess. Kind of a quick jaunt through the Four Corners and then across. Interesting. So Oklahoma has reestablished itself inside of Wyoming, in central Wyoming. Rhode Island scrambles Marina fleet for last stand. Following the sonar breach, the Rhode Island Marina Interdiction Fleet initiated a desperate wall of wood maneuver. Hundreds of volunteer fishing boats linked hulls with heavy chains across the Montauk, approaching, forming a physical barrier against the impending New York naval incursion. Interesting. So there may be some... New York might seize Block Island, finally. I don't know. And then, of course, Oklahoma establishing itself in Wyoming. It's wild. Vermont making a move here. It's a good change of pace. All right, what do we have? Vermont activates Green Mountain winter logistics mandate. Oklahoma-aligned Vermont has initiated a decentralized partisan logistics mandate across the Green Mountains. Civilian ski lodges and alpine shelters have been converted into hardened cold weather refugee depots, while Silent Ridge Trail courier routes ensure secure communication across the snowy spine. The mountains do not just watch; they provide. Every lodge is now a fortress, and every trail a lifeline for those the winter would otherwise claim. Rhode Island volunteers chain holes in Block Island Sound. The Rhode Island Interdiction Fleet has successfully completed a massive physical barrier across the Montauk Approach. Hundreds of civilian fishing vessels have linked holes. Yes, Alright, let's see. Texan 4th Siege Battery commences urban reduction of Phoenix. The Greater Lone Star Republic has launched a final systematic assault on the Phoenix Metro Core. Heavy thermobaric munitions are being used to clear tribal state bunkers, forcing Oklahoma liaison teams to retreat into western desert outskirts under intense fire. New York deploys specialized cutting drones against Rhode Island chain. Utilizing the New York Stealth Recon Team, the Albany administration has deployed heavy-duty underwater cutting drones to dismantle the Rhode Island hull chain. This maritime sabotage aims to create a breach for a full amphibious landing on Block Island before the autumn storms arrive. Interesting again. Could be seeing some actual movement here in the Northeast again. I mean, we've never really had any real movement. It's all been a lot of posturing. Let's see. All right, Maine. Maine is now doing something again. You know, they had their whole beef with Canada for a minute there. Maine activates Penobscot Coastal Radar Lattice. Utilizing Oklahoma's strategic blueprint, Maine has successfully activated a distributed radar lattice along its coastline. Retired naval technicians and volunteer trawler captains now operate a persistent early warning perimeter utilizing decoy beacons to mask actual sensor hubs from foreign reconnaissance. There it is, Rhode Island hull chain breached by New York drones. The New York Stealth Recon Team successfully utilized special underwater cutting drones to sever the Rhode Island hull chain. Despite a desperate counter-maneuver by the Marina Interdiction Fleet, the physical barrier has been compromised, allowing New York littoral craft to enter the Sound. Texan 4th Siege Battery enters central Phoenix. Following the weeks of urban reduction, the Greater Lone Star Republic has established total control over the Phoenix Metro Core. Oklahoma liaison teams have been forced to retreat into the western Arizona desert, marking the effective collapse of organized tribal state resistance in the capital. The siege of Block Island begins. With the sonar grid disabled and the hull chain severed, New York has launched a formal amphibious landing on Block Island. Rhode Island forces have retreated to the interior cliffs, marking a critical escalation in the battle for maritime dominance over the Long Island Sound. The Sound is a New York highway, and today we collect the toll. Kathy Holtrell. So yeah, they claimed it. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if they're going to try to go for, yeah, like Nantucket and stuff. Perhaps. Perhaps. Yeah, I don't know. North Carolina stepping up here for the first time in a long time. We've been moving 1 week at a time, since January of 2025. North Carolina militarizes Outer Banks causeways. Acting on the Storm Barrier Directive, North Carolina converted hurricane evacuation gates into armored checkpoints. Maritime Ranger detachments seized ferry terminals, establishing a total interdiction grid to screen Atlantic refugees and prevent unauthorized amphibious landings along the coast. Rhode Island cliffside resistance intensifies. Following the fall of the beaches, Rhode Island volunteers established a high ground redoubt on the Block Island interior cliffs. Utilizing handheld anti-ship munitions, they are successfully harassing New York logistics vessels entering the Sound. Lone Star administration formalizes Phoenix annexation. The Greater Lone Star Republic establishes the Phoenix Civil Oversight Board to manage the occupied capital. Despite lingering Oklahoma liaison sabotage, Austin has integrated the city's surviving solar infrastructure into the Texas war grid. New York consolidates Block Island landing zones. The Albany administration successfully deployed heavy fortification kits to the Block Island northern flats. Despite cliffside sniper fire, New York has established a permanent harbor garrison to secure its new Atlantic maritime outpost. Quote, "The harbor is secure. Rhode Island's era of maritime interference ends at the waterline." Governor Kathy Hochul. Oklahoma Rangers secure a High Plains supply line. The High Plains Ranger Detachment successfully integrated the central Wyoming railheads into cohesive logistics loop. This expansion allows Oklahoma to funnel heating oil from the Thermopolis hub to refugee enclaves before the first frost. So there's sort of just like an underground takeover of Wyoming by the Oklahoma government. All right. New Jersey now acting. New Jersey now acting. The Atlantic port seizure and harbor quarantine grid. New Jersey seizes Newark and Elizabeth terminals. Oh wow, this right here. Or which one was it? Oh, never mind. Did they not have those before? Anyway, all right. Acting on an emergency stabilization order, New Jersey security forces seized the Newark and Elizabeth port terminals. Container yards were rapidly converted into fortified inspection corridors to monitor all regional logistics. The gates of the Atlantic belong to the people who guard the shore. No vessel enters the harbor without our seal, Governor Phil Murphy. Rhode Island cliffside volunteers harass New York supply ships, Following the fall of the beaches, Rhode Island holdouts entrenched on the Block Island cliffs used handheld munitions to strike New York transport vessels. These persistent hit-and-run attacks have severely disrupted the unloading of heavy fortification kits. New York naval reinforcements stalled by New Jersey quarantine. A fleet of New York National Guard barges attempting to reinforce Block Island was intercepted by the New Jersey harbor quarantine grid. The standoff in the lower bay has prevented the shipment of critical supplies to the newly established island garrison. Oklahoma Rangers expand High Plains winter buffer. The High Plains Ranger Detachment has successfully integrated the east-south Wyoming railheads into the Oklahoma logistics loop. This maneuver secures secondary coal and timber routes ahead of the predicted early winter storm surges. Quote, "The winter is a harder master than any junta. We take the high ground to keep the fires burning," Oklahoma High Plains commander. Interesting. Slowly taking over there, huh? All right, New York acting now. New York had enough of Rhode Island and New Jersey. They were making a move. Slowly. All right, New York activates Hudson River Shadow Convoy. The Albany administration launched the Hudson River Shadow Convoy, utilizing low-wake logistics barges to bypass the New Jersey harbor quarantine grid. Under the cover of darkness, these stealth tugs successfully established covert resupply nodes north of the interdiction lanes, ensuring the flow of material to the Block Island garrison despite the lower bay blockade. Rhode Island cliffside volunteers repel coastal probe. Entrenched Rhode Island holdouts on the Block Island cliff successfully repelled a New York beachhead expansion attempt utilizing handheld anti-ship missiles. The volunteers disabled a littoral transport, forcing the New York stealth recon team to focus on securing existing landing zones rather than advancing inland. Oklahoma Rangers secure High Plains railheads, more of them. Look at that. The High Plains Rangers detachment has finalized the integration of the Wyoming Plains into the Oklahoma logistical loop. This maneuver secures the last major east-west rail junction in the state, allowing the government in exile to stockpile coal for the growing refugee camps before the autumn freeze. New York establishes Block Island Inland Redoubt. Following the arrival of reinforcements from the Hudson Shadow convoy, New York engineers completed a fortified redoubt at the base of the Block Island cliffs. This permanent structure secures the northern harbor, effectively splitting the island between the Albany garrison and the remaining Rhode Island cliffside holdouts. Quote, "The Sound is a New York highway, and today we collect the toll." Kathy Hochul. It's a lot of war of attrition. A lot of just like little moves, like a lot of just frankly just kind of dick measuring and pissing contests and a lot of stuff like that. Let's see. What do we have? Okay. We got Louisiana. On September 23rd. Week of September 23rd to the 30th. We're moving to the 30th. The week leading up to the 30th. Louisiana activates Bayou Gumbo Fleet. Utilizing Oklahoma's strategic blueprint for asymmetrical logistics, Louisiana mobilized a massive volunteer fleet of airboats and crawfish trawlers. These gumbo boats have successfully established a clandestine nocturnal supply routes, bypassing Greater Lone Star sensors by navigating through the deep, flooded back channels of the Mississippi Delta. Rhode Island cliffside volunteers repel coastal probe. Entrenched Rhode Island holdouts on the Block Island cliff successfully repelled the New York beachhead expansion attempt, utilizing they did it again. Okay. Louisiana establishes floating resupply depots. Louisiana has completed the installation of a distributed network of floating resupply stations disguised as roadside bait shacks. These nodes, coordinated by the Cajun Gumbo Fleet, that's fantastic, now provide fuel and food to internal resistance cells while evading Greater Lone Star aerial reconnaissance through swamp camouflage. Is Texas down there? New York reinforces Block Island garrison via Shadow Convoy. Utilizing the Hudson Shadow Convoy, Albany administration successfully landed heavy engineering equipment on the northern beaches of Block Island. These materials are used to expand the harbor redoubt, despite persistent harassing fire from the Rhode Island cliffside volunteers. Oklahoma Rangers fortify Wyoming Plains. The High Plains Ranger Detachment has completed a series of reinforced blockhouses along the Wyoming Plains Rail Corridor. This expansion ensures the Oklahoma government in exile can maintain absolute control over the movement of coal and grain towards the winter refugee camps. Louisiana deploys decoy lantern barges. To mask the movement of the Cajun Gumbo Fleet, Louisiana deployed hundreds of solar-powered lantern barges into the open delta. These decoys successfully drew Greater Lone Star reconnaissance drones into empty marshes, allowing actual munitions transfers to proceed unhindered under the cover of the new moon. New York launches interior sweep of Block Island. New York Supported by new reinforcements, the New York Stealth Recon Team began a coordinated sweep of the Block Island interior. While Rhode Island holdouts remain entrenched on the cliffs, New York now controls the primary freshwater pond, placing the defenders under severe logistical strain. Quote, "The harbor is secure, and now the interior follows. We will take every inch of the Sound's key, one stone at a time." Kathy Hochul. New York, becoming more of an aggressor. Just like, for as many people as are there, like you'd think they would do that more. All right, Indiana. Indiana is next. Moving into the week of October 7th. From September 30th to October 7th, Indiana seizes Wabash rail junctions. In a rapid industrial mobilization, Indiana security forces seized the Wabash River rail bridges. Manufacturing convoys were rerouted into fortified corridors, while abandoned grain silos were converted into hardened refugee shelters to protect the state's workforce from the Lone Star advance. Oh, okay. Interesting. New York launches interior sweep of Block Island. The Albany administration launched a coordinated sweep of Block Island interior, while Rhode Island holdouts remain entrenched in the southern cliffs. New York units now control the... Okay, we've already said that. Indiana implements blackout transit schedules. Indiana has successfully transitioned to nocturnal logistics by enforcing strict blackout transit schedules along the Wabash Spine. The state has rendered its industrial movement invisible to greater Lone Star aerial surveillance, ensuring the preservation of its critical manufacturing base. All right, Rhode Island Cliffside Redoubt besieged. The battle for Block Island has reached a critical stage as New York forces establish heavy mortar positions. The Rhode Island volunteers, isolated from their supply ships, are making a desperate last stand on the precipices above the harbor. It's only a matter of time. I just don't see them winning. All right. Tennessee is up. Tennessee. What is Tennessee going to do? Tennessee has the Cumberland River Forward Evacuation Grid. I feel like everybody's preparing for Texas. Acting on Oklahoma's strategic guidance, Tennessee has successfully converted the Nashville Freight Interchange into fortified humanitarian hubs. Requisitioned towboats now create a northbound corridor, allowing industrial refugees from Indiana and Kentucky to bypass Lone Star infiltrators while preserving interior logistics. New York deploys specialized cutting drones against Rhode Island chain. Do they have more chain? Okay, I don't know. Yeah, New York, okay. They're being harassed by New York drones. Okay. All right. New York formalizes Block Island Sound hegemony. With the physical barriers destroyed and the cliffs suppressed, New York has established total maritime hegemony over the Sound. The Albany administration now enforces a strict Long Island literal... I mean, how do you pronounce this? Literal? No, it is literal. Okay. Effectively, okay, blah, 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 blah. Cool, cool, cool. Very chill and cool. Oh! Whoa! I didn't realize they moved into greater Rhode Island. Alright, Connecticut reacting, rightfully so. Alright, Connecticut activates Long Island Sound Civil Defense Network. Governor Ned Lamont mobilized civilian harbor pilots and yacht club auxiliaries to form a silent interdiction screen. This network converts abandoned slips into resupply piers for Rhode Island volunteers tracking New York's littoral movements using night signal towers. Rhode Island cliffside holdouts sabotage Block Island logistics. I thought we were done with that. Okay, moving on. New York escalates literal toll enforcement. Albany administration deployed aggressive toll interceptors to counter Connecticut's humanitarian transit. These vessels are attempting to map the CT silent screen, leading to several high-speed standoffs. Maritime blah blah sound okay. Lone Star Engineering Corps finalizes Phoenix solar integration. The Greater Lone Star Republic successfully completed the conversion of the Phoenix solar array into a militarized energy hub. This integration provides the Texan 4th Siege Battery with a surplus of power for directed energy surveillance tools. The Desert Sun now fuels the expansion of the Lone Star, Texas Grid Administrator. It's only a matter of time. Because they've got, what, 2 territories? So, southeast, central Arizona, and Phoenix. Massachusetts now making a move here. Spent a lot of time in the Northeast. We spent a lot of time out west. Makes sense. What does Massachusetts got to do? That's the question. Massachusetts activates Cape Cod Coastal Intelligence Relay. Utilizing Oklahoma's strategic blueprint, Massachusetts mobilized civilian lighthouse crews and retired reservists across Cape Cod. This relay converts decommissioned fishing shacks into encrypted lookout posts, effectively monitoring New York littoral movements to assist the Rhode Island resistance. The light is no longer for the ships of commerce, but for the sentinels of our sovereignty. Massachusetts Coastal Command. Nantucket Shoal clandestine supply run. Massachusetts successfully routed a humanitarian convoy through the Nantucket Shoal blind zones, bypassing New York toll interceptors. Clandestine maritime handoffs with Connecticut ferry auxiliaries have successfully delivered medical supplies to Rhode Island cliffside holdouts, prolonging the island's interior resistance. New York toll interceptors probe Cape Cod perimeter. Reacting to signal anomalies, New York interceptors probe the Cape Cod Bay maritime border. The Albany administration is attempting to map the source of the new encrypted relays, leading to several tense nautical standoffs with the Massachusetts civilian scouts near Provincetown. Oklahoma Rangers expand High Plains logistics hub. To where? That one. There we go. The High Plains Ranger Detachment has successfully integrated the Southwest Central Wyoming railheads into the Oklahoma logistics loop. This expansion ensures the government in exile controls the primary coal and energy arteries entering the Cheyenne buffer zone before winter. So Oklahoma is like finally really truly establishing itself as a sovereign state again, I guess. Let's see. All right. Alabama is next. Moving into the week of November 4th from October 28th. Alabama activates Gulf Inland Corridor hardpoints. Oklahoma's standardized defense protocols have been implemented across Alabama. Decommissioned way stations and storm shelters are now fortified hardpoints, while Riverline auxiliaries patrol the Tombigbee and Black Warrior waterways to interdict Lone Star logistics. The heart of Dixie will not be encircled. Our rivers are no longer highways for invaders, but the veins of a living fortress. KIV. Lone Star probes Alabama's western flank. Oh, interesting. Why? What is that? Huh. The Greater Lone Star Republic launched a reconnaissance in force toward the Black Warrior River. Texan scouts encountered heavy resistance from the newly formed Tombigbee Riverline Auxiliary, leading to a sharp skirmish that halted the armored column's advance. Alabama forces utilized the Dixie hardpoints to effectively funnel the invaders into pre-sighted kill zones, maintaining the integrity of the Western Corridor. Rhode Island Cliffside Volunteers launched Night Raid. Utilizing Connecticut supply munitions, Rhode Island holdouts launched a devastating night raid on New York Harbor garrison. The surprise attack disabled two New York toll interceptors, temporarily lifting Long Island littoral toll and allowing a massive humanitarian blockade run from Massachusetts. Albany thinks they own the water, but the night belongs to the ghosts of the cliffs. Canada initiates St. Lawrence blockade. In a sudden escalation of northern tensions, Canada has initiated a total blockade of the St. Lawrence River. Citing the need for regional security, the Royal Canadian Navy has sealed the waterway, severing the Great Lakes states from international maritime trade. The stability of the North depends on a controlled frontier. Until our territorial goals are met, the river remains closed. Prime Minister of Canada. Weird. And aggressive, sort of. Not super aggressive, but... Ooh. West Virginia, once again. Got resistance forces in West Virginia. Oklahoma remnants secure Appalachian Turnpike network, utilizing minor volunteer scouts. Oklahoma, as an MINER, minor. Oklahoma aligned cells in West Virginia have successfully reclaimed disused mountain turnpikes and coal conveyors. These subterranean corridors now serve as a concealed logistics spine, allowing for rapid and visible movement of supplies and resistance fighters across the Allegheny ridges. The mountains have 1,000 hidden veins, and we have learned to flow through them like a ghost in the rock. Commander of the Allegheny Revenant Cell. Virginia mobilizes Coalface Counterinsurgency Task Force. Alarmed by the disappearance of logistics convoys in the Appalachian heartland, Virginia has deployed specialized urban recon units to map the entrances of abandoned mines. This Coalface initiative aims to flesh out Oklahoma-backed cells using thermal imaging and seismic monitoring across the ridgelines. St. Lawrence blockade cripples Great Lakes industrial output. The Canadian blockade of the St. Lawrence River has caused an immediate spike in energy costs for the Republic of Chicago and Indiana. Wabash Industrial Guard units have begun rationing fuel, while Chicago's Iron Guard has increased tolls on rail exports to offset the maritime trade losses. Republic of Chicago has changed its flag. Oklahoma establishes hauler checkpoints in western Virginia. In a final move to secure the Appalachian Turnpike, Oklahoma liaison teams established lantern-marked hauler checkpoints in Metro Valley. These nodes utilize a moonshine-based barter economy to maintain civilian morale while denying Virginia's heavy armor a clean approach to the mountain passes. If they want to reach the summits, they'll have to find us in the dark first. Appalachian Resistance Scout. All right. Interesting. So got a little bit more resistance building there. Idaho on the move here. Doing something. Idaho. Much larger Idaho, thanks to that. Idaho activates Snake River Grain Belt Steward Corps. Acting on Oklahoma strategic directives, Idaho has mobilized Heritage Rail volunteers to form the Steward Corps. This initiative converts grain elevators into encrypted way stations, shielding food convoys from external seizure as winter logistics pressures mount across the frontier. Canadian blockade triggers Great Lakes resource crisis. The St. Lawrence blockade has reached a critical threshold, causing severe fuel and grain shortages in Chicago and Indiana. In response to the Republic of Chicago has authorized the Iron Guard to prioritize heating oil for the metropolitan core. Virginia Coalface Task Force initiates subterranean purge. In a desperate attempt to reopen supply lines, Virginia has deployed specialized seismic units into the Appalachian heartland. These forces are actively pumping smoke into suspected Oklahoma-backed tunnel networks to flush out the Allegheny Revenant Cell. Oklahoma Rangers fortify Snake River way stations. Collaborating with the Idaho Steward Corps, Oklahoma liaison teams have integrated High Plains encryption protocols into the Snake River's elevators. This ensures that the frontier's harvest remains invisible to the greater Lone Star reconnaissance as winter freeze begins. Interesting. Truly, it is just Oklahoma versus Texas. Texas being this massive expansionist force, Oklahoma being this sort of guerrilla resistance freedom fighter type. It's kind of interesting to see it play out like that. All right, Minnesota is next. Minnesota moving into the week of November 25th. I need just to annex the rest of Wyoming and just be done with it. Minnesota Iron Range Reclamation Directive activated. Oklahoma has initiated the Iron Range Cold Storage Reclamation Directive, mobilizing mining guilds to reactivate taconite caverns. These subterranean vaults are now being converted into insulated grain silos and fuel bunkers to safeguard northern resources. The earth that once gave us iron now gives us life. Deep in the stone, we shall keep the harvest safe from the winter and the thief alike. Mining Guild Steward. Canada tightens St. Lawrence interdiction loop. The Royal Canadian Navy has intensified its blockade, deploying the St. Lawrence interdiction fleet to seize remaining civilian freighters. This escalation has effectively halted all industrial maritime traffic, further strangling the economies of the Great Lakes polities. Is that right? Probably. Yeah, okay. The river is our shield until the lakes recognize the new order. No keel shall pass without Ottawa's blessing. Texan First Vanguard probes Minnesota Red River line. Oh shit. What are they doing all the way over there? The Greater Lone Star Republic launched an armored reconnaissance into the North Dakota prairie. The snow camouflage artillery battery successfully repelled the probe, but the skirmish indicates a renewed Texan effort to bypass the St. Paul ice bastion through the western flats. Virginia Coalface Task Force breaches subterranean corridors. A decisive blow to the Appalachian Revenant Cell. Virginia's specialized units successfully utilized seismic charges to collapse several Oklahoma-mapped turnpike vents. The resulting structural failures have forced resistance fighters to retreat deeper into the unmapped Allegheny ridgelines. All right. Moving into the next week. All right, Wisconsin acting now. Moving into the week of December 12th from the 25th of November. Duluth Superior Icebreaker Auxiliary Mobilization. Oklahoma, aligned Wisconsin, has successfully activated the Superior Icebreaker Civilian Auxiliary. Requisitioned lake tugs retrofitted with reinforced steel hulls are now carving escorted channels through the frozen Duluth corridor to safeguard northbound refugee barges and resource convoys. The ice may bind the lakes, but it will not bind our spirit. We carve these paths so the north may breathe and the refugee may find home. Auxiliary Captain Silas Vance. Wasn't that the dude from the Texas? I don't know. Thing. Canadian interdiction sweep near Isle Royale. The Royal Canadian Navy intensified its presence near Isle Royale, deploying the St. Lawrence Interdiction Fleet to shadow newly formed Wisconsin auxiliary convoys. While no shots were fired, the maneuver has forced escorted barges to take deeper, riskier paths through the Apostle Islands. The river is closed and the lakes are under observation. Any movement without Ottawa seal is a violation of regional security, Canadian Naval Command. Lone Star raiding parties probe Upper Peninsula. Opportunistic Greater Lone Star reconnaissance units have begun probing the western Upper Peninsula fracture line. Utilizing light snow scooters, these raiders attempted to disrupt the Wisconsin land-based logistics nodes, but were repelled by the Wisconsin Border Guard, entrenched in the frozen timberlands. Iron Range Taconite vaults begin storing grain. Following the Oklahoma-led cold storage reclamation directive, the first massive shipment of Snake River grain have reached the Iron Range Taconite vaults. These subterranean silos, protected from the sub-zero surface temperatures, now serve as the primary strategic reserve for northern resistance. Nice. Oklahoma sending grain out east, I guess. That's cool. I can get down with that. Cascadia. California hasn't really done much after the water wars or whatever, like with the, I guess they figured that out. All right. Just a few more weeks till the new year. Who do we have? Colorado. Moving into the week of December 9th. Front Range Alpine Signal Corridor activation. Under Oklahoma's direction, Colorado has successfully activated the Front Range Signal Corridor, utilizing heliograph beacons and encrypted overwatch shelters at abandoned ski lodges. The network now guides refugee caravans through the Continental Divide, shielding high mountain logistics from Lone Star and Canadian aerial surveillance. Canadian aerial patrols probe Rocky Mountain high wind channels. Is that Rocky Mountain? I don't think so. That's weird. Royal Canadian Air Force intensified reconnaissance along the Montana-Colorado border, attempting to track Oklahoma-aligned supply trains. However, the newly activated Front Range Signal Corridor utilizes ridge-lined cloud cover and electronic silence, effectively masking the movement of humanitarian convoys through the Continental Divide. Greater Lone Star Republic establishes Panhandle Sentry pylons. Seeking to counter Oklahoma's logistics loop, the Greater Lone Star Republic deployed persistent sensor pylons across the Oklahoma Panhandle. These towers utilize high-frequency radar to scan the Wyoming plains, aiming to disrupt the flow of coal and grain toward the High Plains Ranger blockhouses. Vale Alpine Bunker fully integrated into Signal Grid. Colorado's specialized medics and mountain rescue volunteers have successfully fortified the Vale Alpine Bunker, now serving as a primary command node for the Front Range Signal Corridor. It coordinates encrypted heliograph relays between the High Plains and the Western Rockies. Quote, the summit speak in the light, and through the snow we find the path the giants of the plains have laid for us. Alpine Signal Command. Interesting. Okay. So Lone Star Republic has really started to kind of spread out a little bit in terms of their focus. You know, they were like in Alabama briefly or something. They were like in Wisconsin. Let's see what else. All right, we got Montana. Montana is next. From December 9th to the 16th, the week of the 9th through the 16th. What do we have? Montana ranch co-ops fortify eastern stockyards. Montana ranch wardens and rail custodians have successfully fortified eastern prairie stockyards into hardened winter logistics bastions by welding livestock gates into perimeter choke lanes and converting grain elevators into overwatch towers. They have secured critical refugee cattle transfer corridors while screening Oklahoma-aligned movements from Lone Star reconnaissance. Lone Star probes stalled by Montana perimeter choke lanes. A Greater Lone Star reconnaissance probe advancing along the Dakota Flats was successfully interdicted by Montana's new perimeter defenses. The welded livestock gates and elevated overwatch positions forced the Texan scouts to retreat, unable to map the Oklahoma-aligned convoy routes hidden within the blizzard-swept corridors. Canadian aerial spotters blinded by High Plains ridgeline fog. Utilizing the Front Range Signal Corridor, Oklahoma-aligned logistics teams synchronized their movements with localized ridgeline fog. This tactic effectively blinded Canadian aerial spotters, allowing heavy resource convoys to reach the Montana stockyards undetected, while Lone Star pylon sensors struggled to penetrate the atmospheric interference. Oklahoma consolidates winter logistics loop through Custer Country. They interesting. By integrating the Montana stockyards into the wider High Plains logistics loop, Oklahoma government in exile has secured a redundant supply spine. These fortified nodes now ensure the safe transit of cattle and grain, shielding the refugee surge from the combined pressures of Canadian blockades and Texas expansionism. Quote, the gates are welded shut to our enemies, but are open for those who bring the grain and the fire to survive this winter. Ranch Co-op Warden. Very interesting. Oklahoma has moved on beyond just their Wyoming base, but into Montana. That's quite interesting. I mean, they are, you know, sort of across the North America at this point. This sort of resistance. Now they're way up there, you know, for nothing. All right, North Dakota activates Red River Frost Line. Oklahoma-aligned volunteers in North Dakota have successfully established a continuous frost line reconnaissance screen. Utilizing thermal beacons and grain elevator spotters, they have effectively mapped Lone Star approach vectors, shielding the Custer Country logistics spine from armored probes. The blizzards are our allies. We mark the paths they cannot see and the drifts they cannot cross. Texan vanguard stalled by thermal beacon decoys. The Greater Lone Star Republic's first vanguard attempt at night crossing of the Red River, but was lured into a hazardous ice drift by Oklahoman coordinated thermal beacons. The armored column was forced to retreat after two lead tanks were immobilized by the freezing riverbed. They follow the lights like moths to a flame, but in this cold, the flame is just a ghost in the snow. Oklahoma Ranger Liaison. Montana Overwatch Towers synchronized with Red River Screen. Montana's Overwatch Towers have successfully integrated the target coordinates relayed from the Red River Frost Line. The synchronization allows the Prairie Warden custodians to pre-target Texan approach vectors, ensuring the Custer Country logistics loop remains secure from flanking maneuvers during the blizzard. Oklahoma consolidates Red River defense grid. By formalizing the link between North Dakota's scouts and Montana's artillery, the Oklahoma government in exile has created a total interdiction zone across the northern plains. This grid effectively freezes the Lone Star advance, securing the winter logistics spine for all Allied refugee convoys. Interesting. I mean, it's only a matter of time, I guess, until they claim territory. All right, Minnesota. Minnesota is up. Currently mostly, at least partially occupied by the Lone Star Republic. All right, the 23rd through the 30th. Minnesota Iron Range Blizzard Railway mandate activated. Oklahoma has successfully activated the Iron Range Blizzard Railway control mandate. Taconite rail foremen have converted dormant roundhouses into encrypted dispatch bunkers, allowing refugee grain convoys to bypass Greater Lone Star reconnaissance through sub-zero obscured rail cuttings. The rails will sing for our people and remain silent for the invaders. We move through the whiteout while Austin stares at empty snow. Iron Range Rail Custodian. Lone Star Scouts blinded by Arctic Corridor logistics. The Texan 1st Vanguard failed to intercept a massive grain shipment destined for the Custer Country logistics loop. Oklahoma's synchronization of torch signals and the railway mandate ensures the convoys remained invisible within the Minnesota blizzard. The wind is our cloak and the iron path is our guide. The Lone Star's reach is limited by the frost they cannot tame. Custer Country supply spine hardened. With the successful arrival of Minnesota rail enforcements, Oklahoma has finally solidified the Custer Country supply spine. The integration of encrypted rail bunkers ensures that Allied refugees have a secure winterized lifeline against the Canadian blockade. Frostline screen interdicts Texan drone relay. The Red River Frostline screen successfully jammed a series of Greater Lone Star relay drones. This electronic interdiction, coordinated with the Iron Range bunkers, has completely severed Texan visibility into the Heartland Protectorate's northern rail operations. They seek a map of our movements, but we give them only static and snow. Red River Spotter. Very cool, very cool. Slowly building this large, national network of resistance against the Texas Lone Star, Greater Lone Star Republic, and Canada, for that matter. I mean, right now, the powerhouses here in North America are definitely the Lone Star Republic, the Chesapeake Maritime Union, Virginia, New York, and Canada, I guess. All right, South Dakota. South Dakota is now moving in from December 30th to January 6th. January 6th. What do we have? What do we have? Talk to me. Prairie Drift Silo Bastion Initiative activated. The Oklahoma government in exile, collaborating with South Dakota, has activated the Prairie Drift Silo Bastion Initiative by retrofitting Cold War launch sites into subterranean ration depots. They have secured critical food and fuel vaults against the winter. These bastions now serve as the primary logistical anchor for the Heartland Protectorate. The silent sentinels of the Cold War now offer warmth and life to those the Lone Star has forgotten. Torch Relay Courier link Red River to Custer Country. Oklahoma Rangers have successfully established a network of torch relay couriers across the frozen plains by synchronizing signal fires with the Red River frost line. The Heartland Protectorate has created a redundant communication spine that remains invisible to Texan electronic warfare, ensuring the safe passage of refugee convoys through the blizzard. Mexico asserts claims over southern Arizona and New Mexico. Interesting. Oh, man. Mexico gets involved. I mean, Canada is already a threat to the north, and Texas has spent way too much time up here. Like, I don't know. They've got a lot going on up here. They've got the first Vanguard flying, rolling around up here. If Mexico starts making moves into southern Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, that's going to be a whole thing. Blizzard-shrouded corridors, mass cattle transfers. Utilizing newly established silo bastions, Oklahoma-aligned wardens have successfully moved thousands of heads of cattle through the Badlands. These blizzard-shrouded corridors utilize natural terrain and snow fences to hide the heat signatures of transfer caravans from the Greater Lone Star reconnaissance pylons stationed in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Russia escalates pressure on Alaskan sovereignty. Interesting. So they're moving on from there back to other islands here. Which one was it? This one? Yeah, Little Diomede. So now they want to take St. Lawrence. This Oklahoma network though is actually pretty sweet. I didn't really expect it to blow up like that in terms of a full-on thing. All right, Alaska. Yeah, I think that's probably the right move. Have them respond. Okay. Bering Strait Ice Barrier Patrol mobilization. Arctic Ranger expedition fortifies St. Lawrence Island. Oklahoma Rangers and Alaskan Village Scouts have successfully converted shoreline haulouts into hardened observation bunkers using decommissioned trawlers as stationary sensors. They have established a persistent ice barrier patrol to monitor Russian naval movements. The Bering Strait is no longer a silent passage. Every shadow on the ice is tracked, and every intruder is met with the cold eyes of the North. Arctic Ranger Commander. Russian Northern Fleet shadows Alaskan Ice Patrol. The response to the Alaskan mobilization. The Russian Arctic Flotilla has intensified its presence near the St. Lawrence exclusion corridor. Russian vessels are performing aggressive maneuvers and electronic probing to test the resolve of the Oklahoma-led picket teams. Sovereignty is not granted, it is maintained by those with the strength to hold the ice. The Bering Strait belongs to the Watchers of the East, Russian Admiralty spokesman. Mexico arms borders with Arizona and New Mexico. Wow. Following its formal claims, Mexico has successfully deployed the Ejército del Norte to the northern frontier. Armed checkpoints have been established, pressuring the Greater Lone Star Republic to cede southern Arizona and southern New Mexico. Quote, We seek only the restoration of historical integrity. The era of northern indifference is over, and the Rio Grande is but a temporary line in the sand. General of the Northern Army. Badlands silo bastions link with Northwood's command. Excuse me, the Oklahoma government in exile has successfully integrated the South Dakota silo bastions into the Northwoods Resettlement Command. This encrypted logistics bridge ensures that the Heartland Protectorate supplies can bypass Texan scouts and reach the northern refugee enclave safely. Man, what a mess. Look at this. California, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Tennessee, North Carolina, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio. Those are really like the only ones like untouched. Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, maybe. So in the Northeast. Man. All right. I think that's a good stopping point, y'all. We've been on for 5 hours now. And several turns. Several turns. Let's see. How many turns did we do? 106 turns. So, that's something. Man, that was a blast. That was an absolute blast. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back next Saturday with more of something. Community game night in general. As always, thank you guys. Make sure to check out all the links. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, X, Twitter, you know. All those things. Did I mention Facebook? Anyway, you know, if you haven't liked, subscribed, hit that bell. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, man. You know, thank you guys for following and watching. As always, your support is always very, very much appreciated. And, yeah, we'll be back next Saturday. Saturday after next, I will not be streaming, but maybe we'll do a quick Friday stream or something, or maybe do something kind of, you know, something special. So, in the meantime, I appreciate y'all. Peace.